Hi everyone. I was made aware that there was a problem with the fifth part of What If Harry Became an Artificer. As such, I had to delete the previous video and put in a new one. Please enjoy.
Hi everyone, this is What If Fan, bringing you another part of What If Harry Became an Artificer. Please find fanfic name and author name in the description and please support the author. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe. Let's start Chapter 41, Alchemy Questions, Foci, Tests. It was the 1st of December, and unbeknownst to most of the students, Hogwarts was playing guest to one of the most famous wizards of all time. Sitting in one of the meeting rooms for guests, much like the first time they'd met, Harry Potter and Nicholas Flamel met once again. This time, though, Harry had a guest with him in the form of Fleur. The French witch was so excited to be meeting the living legend that she was visibly holding back from asking questions. "It's good to see you again, Artificer Potter." Nicholas smiled pleasantly to the teen. "I've noticed you've made some waves in the enchanting community lately. 4 artifacts in as many years, was it?" "Yes, I've found many ideas and realized them since I began down this path. Thank you." Harry gave a polite nod to the ancient alchemist. "Who might your lovely young lady friend be?" Nicholas gave Fleur a polite smile. "I am Fleur Delacour, Mr. Flamel." Fleur gave the man a short bow from her seated position. "It is an honor to meet the only wizard to have achieved the pinnacle of the alchemic arts. Lovely to meet you, Miss Delacour." Nicholas chuckled at the excitement that the young woman practically radiated. "I have the dragon blood you requested." Harry pulled a large glass jar that was charmed unbreakable from within his black cloak. A second jar of the same size followed it, and both were placed on the short table between them. 7.5 liters, as you requested. I have your gold, of course." Nicholas placed a large, jingling money pouch on the table. Both wizards began to inspect the other's offering, as magic made trying to swindle people so very easy. Neither of them truly believed that the other was trying to cheat them, but it was practically a tradition to inspect all goods and payments in any non-professional transaction. Once they were both satisfied with what they'd received, the pouch of gold disappeared into Harry's black cloak, while both large jars of dragon blood seemingly fit into a small satchel that shouldn't be able to hold them. "Sir, if it wouldn't be too much trouble," Fleur began, though she looked slightly hesitant. "Could I perhaps ask you a few questions in regards to magic that a long-lived academic such as yourself might know?" "Aiming to be a scholar, I see." Nicholas chuckled for a moment. "Feel free to ask a few things that have your curiosity, Miss Delacour. I have some time." "In relation to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, how does alchemy seemingly create new elements when Gamp's law states that nothing new can be made from disparate parts?" Fleur's first question was merely on how alchemy created new things, rather than turning one thing into another. Ever since she'd witnessed Harry use alchemy and a transmutation circle for the first time, she'd been immensely curious. Transfiguration can make many drastic changes to an object, but aside from, say, changing the shape of a stone while keeping its size and weight the same, it is all superficial and will fade away in a short time, depending on the complexity of the transfiguration. Nicholas began his explanation with a grin. "Alchemy takes 2 different items and breaks them down on both a physical level and a magical one. The item's very essence is taken and merged together to form the new material. Nothing is left of the old material when transmutation is performed properly. All of the base material is now the new material once the process is complete. There is alchemy that specializes in breaking down and separating alchemic compounds, though, right?" Harry spoke up, and Nicholas nodded in response. "Indeed there is, Artificer Potter," Nicholas acknowledged with a smile. "Separation and restoration is a branch of the alchemical arts, aimed at returning transmuted material back to its base elements. I have been having a bit of trouble progressing my own alchemy further lately," Harry admitted to the immortal master. "I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong, though. Every line, angle, and symbol is as perfect as I can make it, and yet I only get striated failures each time." "What material are you aiming to transmute, if I may ask?" Nicholas looked curious as to what the teen artificer was attempting to create through alchemy. "Adamantite, but I've failed dozens of times already." Harry sighed with a grimace. "What are you using to draw the transmutation circle?" Nicholas asked the teen with a glint in his eyes. "Chalk, the same kind that I've used for any of the transmutation circles I've drawn in the past." Harry informed with ease. Chalk was the easiest medium to use for transmutation circles after all. It wasn't permanent, and if you made a mistake while transcribing the circle, you could erase it with just a little water. "What kind of chalk?" Nicholas had a small smile on his face as he led the teen towards his answer. "Just regular chalk." Harry trailed off as the gears began to turn in his mind. "Therein lays your problem, young artificer." Nicholas chuckled as Harry's eyes widened behind his glasses and the light of realization began to shine. "You're using a non-magical component in a transmutation circle that requires all parts to have a base magical nature." "Of course." Harry looked like he just had an epiphany, making both Nicholas and Fleur chuckle at him. "Would powdered dragon bone work? It's what I use more often than not." Nicholas admitted, and Harry pulled a notebook and pen from within the interesting black cloak he wore. While Harry got lost in his planning and note-taking, Nicholas and Fleur resumed their conversation to sate the Vila witch's insatiable curiosity. It was quite the informative visit for both Harry and Fleur, and Nicholas enjoyed having such a stimulating conversation with two that were so young. So many of his fellow wizards and witches took magic for granted. To see such curiosity and excitement for the art that magic was brought a warm smile to the ancient alchemist's face. Saturday, December 3rd. Carefully. Harry was finishing up the last symbol of the transmutation circle that he'd become very familiar with due to his many failures. Using what amounted to dragon chalk, Harry was confident that he could make this work. The transmutation circle was perfect. The chalk he'd drawn it with was magical in nature. He had the materials ready to be transmuted and had plenty of experience with using transmutation circles. This was it. He'd get it right and create adamantite for the first time. Carefully stepping back from his work, Harry looked over the 3-meter diameter circle again. One last check to make sure everything was correct. When he was satisfied with his checks, Harry gave Fleur a smile as she sat off to the side to observe. Fleur beamed back with the bright and warm smile he adored as he kneeled down at the edge of the circle. He carefully placed his hands down, the tips of his middle fingers the only things making contact with the most outer lines of the array. With one more moment to focus his concentration, Harry began to pour his mana into the transmutation circle. The lines and symbols began to glow blue as his mana reacted with the magic of the circle. He felt the difference immediately as his mana flowed through the array much more easily now. The sparks of magic formed as normal, but this time they were directed almost entirely towards his materials in the center. He only had to adjust his mana flow a bit to have all of the magic flowing into the center. Harry and Fleur watched on as all of the materials glowed before merging together slowly. Harry continued to feed his mana into the circle until he saw the material in the center stop changing and felt the slight kickback form the transmutation circle. Done. Harry cut his mana flow and pulled his hands back from the floor. The light died down near instantly, and Harry gave it a second before he stood up. Carefully walking into the circle, taking great care not to step on the lines or symbols, Harry picked up the transmuted material and stepped out of the circle. "Did it work, Harry?" Fleur was very curious to see if her boyfriend's alchemy had succeeded after so many failures. "No striations this time, that's already a good sign." Harry smiled as he began to channel his mana into the large ingot of dull, almost black metal. He kept pouring more and more of his mana into the ingot, but nothing visibly happened. The ingot took as much as he gave with no reaction. Harry tested it directly by dropping a substantial amount of his mana into the ingot all at once. For a long moment the ingot glowed with a slight blue shine before it faded completely. "It worked. It's adamantite. It's really adamantite. I did it. Congratulations, Harry." Fleur hugged him while Harry held the ingot in his hands. "I can't believe it," Harry chuckled as he leaned into Fleur's embrace. "After all of those tries, all of the failures, I finally got it right thanks to a change in material. How could I have been so blind?" "None of that, Harry." Fleur shook her head, sending her lovely silvery locks swaying with the motion. Nicholas Flamel is the pinnacle of alchemy and has literal centuries of experience to work with. You've made this with only a single bit of help. The rest was all your hard work. I won't hear you belittling yourself over succeeding. You're right. I shouldn't complain about succeeding at this. Harry shook his head before turning to kiss Fleur's cheek. You're good at keeping me on track. Someone has to be. Fleur giggled as she held him. Usually me or Penny. We certainly can't trust Tonks to do so. Tonks is fun, though. Harry teased, and Fleur pinched him slightly for his joke. You two would end up doing something absolutely crazy if we left you to your own devices. Fleur stated plainly, her blue eyes looking deeply into his green. Oh, absolutely. No doubt in my mind about that. Harry chuckled, and Fleur shook her head before squeezing him gently. Their group was full of love, so what was a bit of eccentricity, too? I'm still looking through various magical scripts to try and identify the language inside the egg. Fleur informed him as they separated, and Harry went to place his ingot of adamantite on his work desk. So far, I've not had much luck. It's not rune-based, and it doesn't match any ancient script that I've checked so far either. How many more scripts are there to check it against? Harry questioned his girlfriend with a tilt of his head. Dozens upon dozens, Fleur informed him with a shrug. I'll figure it out, one way or another. It's just stressful, while also politely refusing half the boys in the castle asking me to the Yule Ball. Harry looked towards his shelf of various objects he'd made. Fleur, catching where his eyes were looking, broke out into a melodious laughter. No, Harry, you don't have to do anything to them. I'm more than used to this. Fleur continued to laugh, and the sound brought a smile to Harry's face. He moved over to pull her into a hug and just held her close. I could use a foot rub, though, and my shoulders do get stiff carrying those heavy books across the library. I think I can help with that. Harry smiled just before their lips met again for a gentle kiss. Monday, December 5th, Sage Quartz and Dragon Bone Focus, Test 1. Harry dictated to the dictaquill hovering over his notebook. He'd decided to try the magical quill out while testing his items so that he could write down his thoughts in real time. After casting a Protego Totalum around the area he was planning to use, he'd sent all of the snow that had fallen last night out of his protected space with a wave of his hand. Harry had attached the shaved down and shaped dragon bone to some simple leather. This leather was made into 2 straps to attach the focus onto his right forearm. A chunk of the sage quartz was implanted into the center of the bone. Harry was no jeweler, but he'd done the best he could to shape the fragment of crystal into a rough, square-shaped gem. Using the bone focus on his forearm was a bit different than a wand. Without the ability to make the wand motions, Harry had to supplement the mnemonic motions with his arm. The sage quartz gave off a slight shine as mana flowed into the focus. With an image in mind, Harry willed the ground in front of him to rise up into a wall. The dirt rose up and made a slightly misshapen earthen wall. Looking over it, Harry determined that it was close to what he'd wanted, but the shape was wrong. He'd been going for a square, but had gotten a more rhombus-like shape. Control is rough, either due to the item's construction or imprecise power output. Harry spoke, and the dictaquill wrote down his words. I wonder. Harry looked at the misshapen earth wall, and then at his prototype focus. Holding his right arm out, Harry focused on the wall. He wanted it to come apart. He desired to separate the soil from the clay and rock, to keep all parts of the earth separate from each other. Harry directed his mana into the prototype, and the sage quartz glowed with a dim green light. The wall burst apart, and Harry jerked back instinctively. The lapse in concentration stopped the effect, and Harry was left with a mess of earth all over the grass. Separation of types of earth results in the material in question bursting apart. Harry had the dictaquill mark the note. Looking over the remains of the wall, he noted a pattern to the apparent mess. Soil made up one part of the area almost exclusively. Likewise, clay was off to one side, and the stones from the wall had fallen in a group. There was still mixture among the 3 materials, but they'd partially separated as he'd wanted them to, so that was a good sign. So it tried to work, but was it my loss of focus or the item's limited design that failed? Harry pondered before looking over his focus. With a shrug, Harry held his right arm over the mess of earth and finished separating the materials without much effort. So far, this prototype was performing mostly as expected. If he could refine it a bit more, then he'd have some gifts to give to his sworn brothers of Erden. Harry was sure the dwarves would love any item that made their mining more efficient. Thursday, December 8th. Harry, what are you doing? Fleur questioned as she watched Harry fill a stone box with dragon blood. It wasn't like he'd run out any time soon with how much he had, and it did lose potency over time, but to see a stone box the size of a cooking pot filled with dragon blood was odd. I'm playing a hunch while also running some tests. Harry grinned at her in the way he did when he was excited about a new artifice idea. What hunch are you testing? Fleur had to admit that watching Harry work always sparked her curiosity. Symbolic restoration in creature craft, Harry replied as he continued to set up his smithy for work. I'm also testing the amount of control I have when imparting my mana into my creations. Isn't more mana better for your creations, though? Fleur was fairly certain that Artifice required an immense amount of mana to produce a true artifact. In theory, yes. In practice, not always. Harry shook his head as he headed over to the forge. I may not always want to produce a powerful item. Having control of just how powerful every item that I forge or craft is will go a long way to me being willing to take on commissions in the future. You're thinking ahead, Fleur nodded in understanding. I do like that intelligence of yours, mon amour. Aside from my devilish good looks, it is one of my best traits. Harry shot her a smirk and Fleur chuckled at her boyfriend. With a deep breath, Harry exhaled flames into the forge to ignite it. As he worked to raise the temperature, Fleur retreated to the work table to sit on the stool and watch. The Vila teen was convinced that one day she'd make some remarkable insight into magic simply by watching Harry work. Once Harry had the flames in the forge, where he wanted them temperature-wise, he placed an ingot of magical iron into the forge with one of the smaller fangs from the horntail. Heating them up until they both glowed a bright yellow, Harry removed them and set to work with his basilisk steel tools. Not the rune-inscribed ones, just the basic tools made from basilisk carbon steel. He would start at the lowest level of his tools and materials and work up to his higher levels over time. He needed to both test his control of the imparting process as well as test his hunch on as many materials as possible. Fleur watched on as Harry hammered away at the billet of dragon carbon steel. The strikes of the hammer melded the magical iron and the dragon fang into the combined material, and each fold of the billet evened out the carbon content of the new steel. As a Vila, heat didn't bother her up to a point. But even she could admit that the smithy was very warm. Still she watched on as the billet was carefully shaped into the form that Harry wanted. Once the billet had been shaped into a knife, Harry picked it up with his tongs and quenched it in the dragon blood. The hiss and smell both made Fleur scrunch up her nose. When Harry pulled the knife out of the blood, he looked it over and gave it a small nod. Setting it aside to let it cool, he placed down another ingot, this time one of Olm. He began the process again, heating both the fang and the ingot up until they were a bright yellow. This time around, he did the two separately and only brought them together in the forge when both were already yellow hot. Fleur wasn't even sure what to call the fused material of and dragonfang. It certainly wasn't steel. Harry beat the fused material into shape with his hammer. Little by little, it conformed to his desires and soon took on the simple design of a knife. Once he was satisfied with its form, he quenched it in the dragon blood. Harry examined this knife with the same scrutiny as the first. Apparently seeing what he wanted to, he set it near the first knife to let it cool. The next ingot was Sylvuan, and it went into the forge with the fang. The process repeated until the two were brought out, hammered, folded, and then put back into the forge. The shaping went smoothly, though Fleur thought she noticed Harry striking this material a bit harder than the previous two. The Vila teen covered her nose as the third knife was quenched in dragon blood. That smells awful, you know that, right? Fleur looked at her boyfriend as he inspected the third knife. I'm aware. Harry gave her a grin as he set the third knife to the side to cool. But that's it for today. I'll let these three cool and then test them out. If I've done this properly, then all three should be endowed with the ability to conjure fire. The real test is how much, and if I've managed to control exactly how much mana I imparted to them during the forging. You could use a shower too. Fleur motioned to the bathroom in the smithy. While watching you work is interesting and seeing you all sweaty is nice, the smell is not as pleasant. She giggled at him. All right then. Harry shrugged as he pulled off his leather apron and then his sweat-soaked shirt too. Fleur ran her eyes over his torso with a pleased grin. His work with forging his creations had gifted him with quite the musculature over the years. Would you like to join me? I could use some help washing my back. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Harry? Fleur teased him while pretending to consider the option. I'll wash your back in return, I promise. Harry grinned at her while wiggling his eyebrows. Go shower, mister. Fleur laughed as she waved him towards the bathroom. Can't blame a bloke for trying. Harry laughed too as he headed into the bathroom. It was a good thing he stashed some spare clothes in here nowadays. The shower was helpful, but having to try and charm your clothes clean when you were tired was not an experience Harry wanted to have to repeat. When Harry emerged from the shower clean and redressed, Fleur kissed his cheek before leading him back out into the classroom part of the hidden workshop. She took his left hand in her right, placed his left hand on her waist, and then began to lead him. The two had taken up dance practice when Harry admitted to not knowing how to dance. Fleur was all too eager to teach him, and so the two practiced frequently during the weeks leading up to the Yule Ball. The waltz was easy enough. Harry had picked it up fairly quickly, but they always started with it regardless. Ballroom dancing is still not my forte, Harry remarked with a grin. We'll make you at least passable. Fleur shrugged with a chuckle. I have the strangest feeling that most of the guys in attendance aren't going to be noticing me beyond the fact that I'm with you. Harry mused as they moved into slightly more complex moves. Unfortunately, I will indeed be spending the night being drooled over. Fleur sighed dramatically. Such is the curse of being a Vila. You could just stay close to me all night, Harry suggested as he twirled her. I could do that, Fleur agreed as she pressed herself against him, and they stepped to the right together. You do make for a good shield against the drooling boys. Happy to be of service, my lady. Harry snarked and Fleur pulled his lips to hers. Harry's hands took hold of her waist as they kissed, before Fleur gently moved them down to cup her ass. With her permission, Harry indulged and deepened their kiss while he explored her marvelous bottom. The Yule Ball was looking to be a very memorable evening. Flint Manor. My lord, I'm afraid that Borgin doesn't have a copy of the tome you desire, Barty informed Voldemort while kneeling. Doesn't have it, or doesn't wish to part with it? Voldemort looked up from the old tome he was slowly deciphering. His red eyes glared at his kneeling follower. He claims that he can get it if we give him enough time. Barty explained what the unscrupulous shopkeeper had told him. Platitudes are not the knowledge I seek, Voldemort hissed out, and Barty bowed his head lower. Inform Borgin that he has until summer to procure a readable copy, or I will personally pay him a visit. Yes, my lord, I shall inform him at once, Barty declared, and only stood to leave when Voldemort waved him away. This tome is barely legible, and having to decipher it is taking too long. The Dark Lord's frustration with his current task was almost palpable. The next book Borgin procures had best be legible if he wants to see the next day. I am Lord Voldemort, not some Hogwarts student trying to complete an assignment in the library. At the very least, the tomes he was looking into would provide insurance against any more accidents. No prophecy, no fate or chance would keep him from his goal. He was the greatest wizard to ever live, and he would stand on top of the world as he remade it in his image. Those who did not kneel would be wiped from the earth. These ancient tomes would be the insurance to his ascension to his rightful throne. If they thought the dark magics that he'd shown them back in the 70s were terrible, then he'd happily show them what true dark magic was capable of when wielded by a master such as himself. Current mana levels: Harry, 17,028 Tonks, 11,346 Penelope, 962 Fleur, 1014. Chapter 42, Flame Test and the Yule Ball. Harry and Fleur were out in the snowy grounds of Hogwarts once again. Fleur had been the one to cast the Protego Totalum this time, after learning it from Harry. The snow on the ground had been cleared with a simple wave of their hands. Fleur couldn't help but giggle at how excited Harry was to test out his 3 new knives. The sheer joy in her boyfriend's eyes brought a smile to her lips as she transfigured the ground into a comfortable chair to watch the first tests. "Let's start with the dragon steel knife," Harry grinned as he pulled the knife from the simple leather sheath he'd made for it. "First test will be to determine if the ability to conjure fire was imparted from the dragon fang." He directed a small amount of mana into the prototype knife and looked for any visible changes. After several seconds of nothing happening, the Artificer decided to change the amount of mana. With a bit more mana, nearly double what it would take to cast a standard Lumos charm, the blade produced a flame along its length. "It worked," Fleur noted from her seat with a smile. "Congratulations, Harry." "Not much more than what a lighter would produce," Harry noted as he looked at the flame produced by the knife. "But it's proof of concept." He shared a smile with Fleur at the success. "You could try adding more mana and see if that works," Fleur suggested as she saw the flame along the blade flicker out. "That'll be the next test," Harry agreed as he held the knife away from his body. "Test 2 is magical strength. How much flame can it produce when supplied with sufficient mana?" Harry poured more mana into the Dragon Fang knife this time. He quickly blew past the amount that had produced flame last time. The blade of the knife flared with fire, easily comparable to a campfire in size. He tried to add more mana to his creation, but felt like he hit a wall soon afterwards. The steel of the blade was blackening from the heat and flames, and Harry stopped his mana flow. The flames rapidly shrank down to mere candle-like fires before snuffing out completely. "That was certainly more impressive than the first test," Fleur remarked at the display from the knife. "Yes," Harry chuckled in agreement. "It also answered my third question, too." "What was your third question?" Fleur grinned at the joy she saw in Harry's green eyes. "If I had controlled how powerful the knives were," Harry rubbed the slightly blackened blade over his robe sleeve. Fleur rolled her eyes at Harry's lack of care for his clothing. "I pretty quickly reached a point where the knife wouldn't accept any more mana, so I can control just how much power my creations have as I make them. That's very good to know." He grinned as the black on the knife blade had come off like soot. "Do I sense another potential set of items being offered at Potter and Erden Creations?" Fleur teased as Harry sheathed the dragon steel knife. "Possibly a few more tweaks to them might be for the best." Harry considered as he set the first knife aside and unsheathed the Dragon Fang knife. The almost bronze-like shine of the blade made Harry grin at his creation. The Artificer first ran his mana through the knife to get a feel for it. The blade readily accepted his mana, and similar small flames appeared along the length of it. Harry noted the ease of the mana flow and how quickly the effect had taken place compared to the dragon steel knife. The Ulm's magical conductivity was higher than magical iron, so that was within expectations. "Now, how much power do you have?" Harry murmured to his creation as he directed more of his mana into the knife. The flames nearly blasted outwards from the bronze-like metal, and Harry jerked his arm to the side. A small wave of fire leapt from the blade and traveled through the air for almost 2 meters before disappearing. "Harry!" Fleur exclaimed as she jumped to her feet after seeing what the Ulm knife had done. Harry was quick to snuff out the flames by cutting off his mana flow to the knife. Was that supposed to happen? The flames? Yes. The arc of fire through the air? Not so much. Harry shook his head at the unexpected outcome from the knife. Is it just the Ulm's natural magical conductivity causing this, or is it based on the fang I used in its forging? The fangs were mostly the same, though. He took on a contemplative expression as he ran over various hypotheses in his head. "Do you think the dragon steel knife could do the same thing?" Fleur looked at the previously tested knife hanging on Harry's hip. "I'll have to test it with that in mind," Harry noted as he patted the first knife. "Before that, I need to find out what the power limit is on this knife." He held up the Ulm blade, and Fleur took several steps backwards to retreat a safe distance. Once again, Harry poured his mana into the Dragon Fang knife. The blade produced flames again, and he continued pushing more mana into his creation. The flames roared, getting more intense until Harry finally felt the limit. The knife couldn't take in any more mana. The roaring flames around the blade were almost like a miniature bonfire. Harry swung the knife in a wide arc and watched as fire leapt from the blade in a wave. The range reached about 3 meters before the fire disappeared into the air. 3 more swings brought about the same results before. On the 5th swing, the flames guttered out, and Harry was left with a blackened and smoking blade in his hand. What in the world? Fleur blinked at seeing the knife suddenly stop working after the fairly impressive display. Hot? Harry grimaced as he couldn't look too closely at the blade just yet. The heat rising off of the burnt knife was quite high. He set the blade on the ground and let it cool, watching it the whole time. It burnt itself. Fleur looked on curiously as they waited for the dragon fang knife to cool off enough to be inspected. Yes, but it's made from a dragon's fang, so heat shouldn't be an issue. Harry was perplexed by the mystery of his creation. After several minutes passed, Harry picked up the knife and looked at the burnt blade. Flowing his mana into the knife for only a second brought Harry to a startling realization. Reaching up with his left hand, he grasped the blade between his thumb, index, and middle finger. With nary a thought and very little effort, Harry snapped the blade as if it was a cheap prop. It's inert, completely burnt out. Harry turned to Fleur with an unreadable look on his face. Barely any time at maximum output destroyed it completely. But why? Fleur questioned as she looked at the broken knife. It was doing so well, too. Has good magical conductivity, but it's also possible to use up its innate magic and render it inert. I thought forging it with a dragon fang would eliminate that weakness, or at least mitigate it for the most part. Harry exhaled heavily as he looked at his trashed creation. It seems like I can't remove that natural fact of without runecraft after all. That's what testing is for, I guess. Fleur gave him a warm smile as Harry placed the pieces of the knife into a small pouch. It's infinitely better to figure these kinds of things out in controlled situations rather than in a life-or-death emergency. True enough. That is why I test everything I make. Harry pecked her cheek softly, and Fleur returned the affection with a gentle kiss of her own. I still need to test the Sylvuan dragon fang knife, too. I'll be a few meters in that direction if you need me. Fleur giggled while pointing behind her. Coward! Harry laughed at his retreating girlfriend. He was left chuckling even as he unsheathed the final knife he'd made. The dull color of the dragon steel knife was outshined by the Sylvuan version. The metal was brighter and looked almost polished in comparison to the first knife. This was merely the result of the Sylvuan itself. The magical metal simply had a luster to it that most other metals lacked. One more time. Harry breathed in and then exhaled slowly. He poured some of his mana into the knife and watched as the blade was covered in small flames. Feeding the fire with his mana, the flames were soon crackling as Harry held a small bonfire by the handle of a knife. A few swings of the knife proved the ability to throw fire around might very well be standard amongst his dragon fang creations. Now, what's full power look like? Full power took longer to reach than with either of the previous 2 knives. Sylvuan proved its durability as a magical metal when Harry had a blazing knife powered by a fairly decent amount of mana. It was still not much more than one would use if they cast an incendio charm, maybe 2 or 3 times that amount. But the amount of fire and heat was far greater than what that charm could ever hope to produce. The flames arced from the swings of his knife for almost 4 meters each time at full power. Harry made it past the 5th swing with no changes to the output of the knife. When he swung the 10th time without any noticeable change in fire output, he stopped. A little soot-covered, but otherwise it's perfectly fine. Harry mentioned as he let the knife cool off for a bit before wiping the soot off the blade. I'm sure it has a limit that'll render it inert and broken if it's pushed beyond, though. You think so? Fleur queried as she looked at the Sylvuan dragon fang knife. It looked like it was performing perfectly. These aren't artifacts, just enchanted items, so they'll break eventually even if they're not going full power all of the time. Harry reminded his girlfriend as he looked over the knife once more before sheathing it next to the dragon steel knife. You're going to test the first knife again, right? Fleur questioned him curiously. It's cold out. She snuggled into the charmed scarf he'd made for her. If I didn't have this cute scarf, I'd be chilled to the bone. Uh-huh. Harry looked at her flatly, even as Fleur giggled. Says the Vila that can keep herself warm with barely a thought and a little mana. That doesn't mean I'm a fan of the cold, mon amour. Fleur playfully stuck her tongue out at him. All right. Harry held up his hands in mock surrender. I'll get this test done and we can go inside. Fleur smiled in faux victory before making sure that she was at a safe distance as Harry drew the dragon steel knife again. Flame alighted on the blade once more as Harry fed the knife with his mana. This time, he pushed it further, feeding more of his mana into his creation. The flames leapt from the blade of the knife by the time Harry hit the tool's magical limit. A quick, wide swing saw flames leaping from the knife, just as they did with the and Sylvuan blades. The range was noticeably shorter, though, at around 2 meters total. 3 swings in, and the knife was still fine. 6 swings, and Harry noted soot building up on the blade. On the 10th swing, the flames wavered, and the blade was completely covered in soot. About 10 swings, then? Harry mused as he waited for the metal to cool off so that he could clean the blade a bit and check it over. Did it break? Fleur asked as she walked over. She'd noticed the wavering flames, almost as if they were being choked of air. No, it still responds to my mana, Harry shook his head. I think it has a limit to how long it can be used consecutively before the blade is covered in soot and the effect is compromised. It's rather interesting how each material differs in testing. I did forge them all in a similar manner. So this one will last longer if it's properly cared for, much like any tool then? Fleur mused as she looked at the soot-covered knife. That's my running theory, right now at least. Harry agreed with a small smile as he looked into Fleur's blue eyes. I'm sure there will be a point that even cleaning the blade won't restore the full functionality of the knife. But this one doesn't seem like it'll just burn out entirely like the knife did. I noticed the fire wasn't as strong with this one too. Fleur noted as the blade was finally cool enough for Harry to wipe it off and check it over for any visible damage. Is that because it lacks in magical conductivity? Yeah, magical iron can hold magic. It can channel magic, but the ease of transfer through it is much lower than or Sylvuan. Harry nodded as he answered her question. Balancing out durability and conductivity of materials can take some time. It usually comes down to what exactly you want the item in question to do. You also used your lowest quality, or maybe I should say lowest powered tools to forge these 3 knives. Fleur remembered as Harry sheathed the dragon steel knife. I bet I could write my first thesis on your artifice, mon amour, just by following along as you test out all of your various levels of creation and forging. Perhaps you could, Harry offered her his arm. I could be convinced to let you watch the whole process. Fleur playfully rolled her eyes as she took his arm and dispelled the Protego Totalum. The snow that had built up on top of the area shield fell all at once, but not a single flake touched either of them. A path opened up for them in the snow as they walked back towards the castle. Such simple magics were barely more than a thought and emotion from them nowadays. Clearwater Family Home, December 16th. Testing runic array configuration, number 164. Penny spoke to the dictaquill as she looked over the small set of runestones that she had been working with almost since she'd graduated from Hogwarts. With Harry's prodigious knowledge and understanding of runes, she'd made quite a bit of extra headway on this project. The array could work. Everything she'd researched, all the tests she'd already run, everything pointed towards her hypothesis being possible. It was merely a matter of figuring out the ideal placement and structure for her array to make it happen. Penny placed her hands on the rune stone that was in front of her. She channeled her mana into it and watched as it began to glow just slightly. Her mana spread to the 2 stones on either side of the runestone she was touching, and they too began to faintly glow. The next stones in the circle glowed next, then the ones after them, so on and so forth, until the final runestone, directly across from Penny, began to glow just like all of the others. In a matter of seconds, a hazy, distorted field could be seen covering the area that the runestones surrounded. Field is stable, Penny noted, and the dictaquill jotted it down into her notebook. charging the rune stones for testing. Penny poured her mana into the stones until she knew that they'd be able to maintain the field they were creating for at least the next several minutes. Charge complete, moving to wand-based tests. The scratching of the quill followed her words. Penny pulled out her wand and held the tip just outside of the distorted field. With a thought, she conjured a Lumos charm. The small ball of light formed just as it always did. She maintained the charm as she pushed the ball of light towards the field. The light wavered as it came into contact with the haze. It vanished completely when she put the tip of her wand into the field itself. Lumos charm was dispersed, Penny dictated, and her magical quill wrote down her words, preparing to attempt to cast a spell within the field. Once the scratching of the quill stopped, Penny commenced her next test. With ease, she attempted to cast another Lumos charm. For a split second, just a fraction that she would have missed if she blinked, Penny's charm lit up the tip of her wand. It was snuffed out in less than the time it took to blink, though. Note: the Lumos charm failed to cast completely. The field has neutralized simple, weak magics. The quill jotted down her words as she prepared her next test. She used more of her mana this time, along with a more complex spell in the Aguamenti charm. From the tip of her wand, a small amount of water was conjured. It only hit the floor for a moment before the conjuration was undone and the water vanished. She tried to cast the charm once more, this time using even more mana. The floor was splashed, as if a water balloon had exploded, but even then the conjured water vanished swiftly. The field can still be overpowered, but spells are quickly undone and conjurations vanish in seconds. Penny noted, and she heard the scratching of the dictaquill again. Even overpowered spells have greatly diminished effects within the field. "Knock, knock," Edward Clearwater called out while gently rapping his knuckles on the door. "It's almost time for dinner, honey." Coming out to Penny's research shed in December was a bit chilly without a warming charm. "Is it that time already?" Penny glanced at the clock and noted that the family's usual dinner time was only about 15 minutes away. "I almost lost track of time with my tests." The young woman stood up and stretched from sitting for so long. A shake of her head sent her dark blonde locks swaying back and forth. "How is your project going, my brilliant scholar of a daughter?" Edward chuckled, and Penny smiled at her father. "I've managed to increase the area of effect, but the field can still be overpowered," Penny remarked as she checked her notebook after deactivating the dictaquill. "Each time I'm able to increase the size of the field, I have to rework the array a bit, tweak it slightly, so that the effect doesn't diminish. I'm still a long way from making this viable on a large scale, even further from actually making a working spell based on the field." "I know you'll figure it out, dear." Edward smiled warmly at his daughter. "You're a driven and intelligent young lady, and look at how far you've come in the last few months." It was true. When Penny first started this project, she'd barely had any idea of the runic array she'd need. Her first successful field had only been maybe 15 centimeters in diameter, if she was being generous. It also wasn't very hard to overpower back then. Now the diameter of her field had expanded to just over a meter, and it was much stronger. It was great progress. But Penny was rather eager to reach the final goal of her project. She had always been goal-oriented and loved completing tasks and assignments to the best of her ability. This project was another undertaking that she couldn't wait to successfully complete. "Thanks, Dad." Penny gently hugged her father, and Edward was happy to return the affection with his own hug. "Knowing I have support from you and Mum for this makes it much less stressful." "Of course, dear. You know we're so proud of you." Edward chuckled as they entered the home through the back door. "The only thing I'm not certain about is the name. You know how some of the more traditional members of magical society are. It's only a placeholder name for now anyway." Penny shrugged as she went to wash up for dinner. If one were to look inside Penny's notebook, they would see the name of her project. Anti-Magic Area, Hogwarts Yule Ball. It was December 25th and the night of the Yule Ball. Harry and Fleur had met at the Beauxbatons' carriage to walk to the ball together. Harry was decked out in tailored dress robes with a more modern cut compared to several of his peers. A dark black with some silver accents for trim and shiny silver cufflinks finished off the outfit. Harry wasn't much of a fan of formal wear, but this wasn't horrible. Fleur was turning heads the moment she stepped out of the carriage to meet her boyfriend. In a resplendent dress of beautiful silver, the Vila teen was radiant. She'd applied the barest of makeup around her eyes to enhance the beautiful blue color. The dress gave a peek at her cleavage while hiding everything. It formed to her curves, and Harry found his eyes following said curves up and down Fleur's body. "You look gorgeous, love." Harry smiled at his girlfriend. "Thank you," Fleur beamed at him, her eyes radiating love and affection. "You're looking rather handsome tonight as well." "Well, I can't be escorting you without looking my best, now can I?" Harry joked lightly as he offered her his arm. "Certainly not," Fleur giggled as she looped her arm with his. "You might detract from my beauty." "Now that's just impossible, my dear." Harry shook his head sagely. "No one would notice me on your arm even if I was wearing my pajamas. You're simply too radiant." "Sweet talker," Fleur smiled lovingly at him before their lips met in a gentle kiss. "Let's hurry a little. We don't want to be late to open the ball." The couple made it to the closed doors of the great hall, where a crowd of students was already gathering. Dates were looking for each other, and several pairs were waiting nearby the doors as well. Many heads turned to stare at the champion couple as they made their way through the crowd. Several students stood aside to let them reach the doors. "Mr. Potter, Miss Delacour, glad to see you've arrived." Professor McGonagall, wearing tartan robes, nodded to the pair. "We're just waiting on Mr. Crumb and his date, and then we'll be able to enter the hall." The wait for Victor and his date wasn't very long at all. Descending the stairs together were the professional Quidditch player and his date. Crumb was wearing a formal uniform from the looks of it, less robes and more suit in design. The Bulgarian actually had a light and relaxed look on his face this evening. It was his date that drew Harry's attention far more, though. Looking lovely in a dress made of a floaty, periwinkle blue material was Hermione Granger. Harry's study buddy was on Victor Crumb's arm this evening, and she was holding herself differently. Her hair was tamed and done up in an elegant style that Harry didn't know the name of, but would describe as a knot or bun. She was also smiling, rather nervously, but the smile was genuine, and Harry was happy to see it. The Durmstrang champion and Hermione made their way over to the closed doors and stopped next to Harry and Fleur. "Good evening, Victor, Hermione." Harry nodded politely to the two of them. "I'm glad you've decided to grace everyone with the beauty you seem to hide so often, Hermione." He smiled at his study buddy even as she blushed from all the attention she was getting. "Good evening to you both." Victor returned the polite greeting to Harry and gave Fleur a relaxed smile. "Hello, Harry, Fleur." Hermione greeted the two with a smile of her own, bashful as it was. "You both look amazing tonight." "You look lovely yourself, Hermione." Fleur grinned at the younger girl. "You should show this side of yourself more often." "Oh no, I couldn't." Hermione shook her head and looked down with pink cheeks. "It feels so odd being the center of attention." "You get used to it." Victor, Fleur, and Harry all stated in unison. The three blinked at each other before breaking out into subdued chuckles. Hermione couldn't stop the smile from returning to her face at the laughter. "Very good, you're all here." McGonagall had returned and noted Victor and Hermione's arrival. "The doors will open shortly, and dinner will be had first before the opening dance." The Transfiguration professor explained, and all four of the teens nodded at the schedule. The doors did indeed open a few short minutes later, and the champions led the rest of the students into the great hall. The hall was decked out for the celebration with frost decorating the walls, casting the glow of the lights across the open space. Garlands were draped around the stonework. A conjured snowfall fell over the hall without leaving a trace of cold or water anywhere. A large Christmas tree dominated one side of the hall, and its various decorations glowed and sparkled with lights in a myriad of colors. All in all, it was a lovely setting for a ball. The champions were led to a table that had replaced the long table the professors usually ate their meals at. They would be sitting slightly higher than the rest of the tables that had begun to fill up with students. The three champions and Hermione shared their table with Dumbledore, Bagman, and, to Harry and Hermione's surprise, Percy Weasley. "I'm filling in for Mr. Crouch this evening," Percy informed the two when he noticed them looking at him confused. He regrets that he can't make it, but he's dealing with important legal matters at the moment. Harry didn't miss the way Percy locked eyes with him when he mentioned the legal matters. Everyone picked up the menus on the table and browsed the selection. There were a few different dishes available, and a few that were regional to the students of both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, as Harry didn't know them at all. Dumbledore took the lead on ordering as he looked down at his plate after perusing the menu for a few moments. "Pork chops." Dumbledore spoke clearly. In a matter of seconds, a meal appeared before Dumbledore, with pork chops as the entree. From there, the rest of the table ordered their dinners. Harry went with a steak entree, while Fleur picked a dish called confit de canard. Harry saw it was a dish featuring duck as the entree. As light conversation started over dinner, the evening appeared to be going very well for everyone. Fleur teasingly offered Harry a bite of her meal, and Harry took it with a smile. It was quite flavorful, and he found he enjoyed it. Fleur had almost burst into giggles when Harry returned the favor and gave her a bite of his steak. After dinner, the Weird Sisters made their appearance to much applause. The famous magical band began to play for the opening dance. Victor and Hermione headed down to the dance floor arm in arm. Harry and Fleur followed after them, also arm in arm, a moment later. The two couples began with a simple waltz to the music. Fleur and Harry only had eyes for each other as they danced. Even when the dance floor was opened up to the rest of the students, the couple didn't stop their dance. "Our practice appears to have paid off." Fleur giggled melodiously as she and Harry began a more complex dance as the music changed. "Amazing how having a brilliant teacher can make even a total novice into a passable dancer, huh?" Harry joked as he twirled Fleur and then brought her back into his arms. "I do believe my reward system was a good motivator," Fleur murmured into his ear before kissing it lightly. "Very good indeed, love." Harry kissed her neck softly as they danced. As the night went on, Harry also danced with Hermione, Padma, Luna, and Mandy. Luna had been asked by Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor and was one of the only third years in attendance. Harry was happy to see the small blonde enjoying the night so much. Watching the professors dance was its own amusement as well. Dumbledore and McGonagall were very formal in their steps across the dance floor. Hagrid and Maxime were slow dancing when an appropriate song came on. The two easily kept a good amount of space clear around them. None of the other dancers wanted to risk any kind of collision with them. Remus and Professor Sinistra made for an unexpected pair as they danced together as well. Harry was happy to see his surrogate uncle having a good time tonight. As the night wore on and the hour became later, some couples notably disappeared. Harry noted Victor walking Hermione out of the hall and up the grand staircase towards Gryffindor Tower. Fleur leaned against him with a warm smile as they left the great hall and wandered through the garden that had been set up outside. When they were out of sight, the couple quickly made themselves an opening in the hedges and escaped the garden area. The two swiftly headed for the Beauxbaton carriage together, and Fleur pulled Harry inside while no one was around. Maxime and Hagrid had still been slow dancing with each other when Harry and Fleur had left the hall. "Harry!" Fleur kissed his lips as soon as her bedroom door was closed, locked, and silence behind them. "Fleur!" Harry returned her kiss with equal love and passion. "Undress me, mon amour?" Fleur asked with smoldering eyes as she turned and showed Harry the back of her dress. The zipper on the back was slightly hidden, but Harry's fingers quickly uncovered it and unzipped the dress. The silver cloth pooled around Fleur's feet, leaving her in lacy, black lingerie that left almost nothing to the imagination. "Do you like what you see, Harry?" she purred out as she turned to let him take in her body from the front. "I love you, Fleur Delacour." Harry told her with such pure, genuine emotion that Fleur's breath hitched, and she felt her heart thump in her chest. "I love you too, Harry Potter." Fleur returned his declaration of love as their lips met again. The couple wrapped their arms around each other as they deepened their kiss. Fleur's hands weren't idle as she quickly began stripping Harry of his clothing. Tongues came into play as they pressed their bare skin against each other. Lemon scene happened. Being both of their first times, Neither teen had much inclination to try and go for a second round. Fleur made a beckoning motion with her left index finger, and her blankets covered the two lovers gently. She purred in contentment as Harry's arms pulled her closer. She couldn't ask for more than to spend the rest of the night sleeping in her lover's arms. She wrapped her own arms around Harry and held him close. The two dozed off in each other's arms, with gentle smiles on their lips. Morning would come eventually, but neither of them could care less. They were content right where they were. Current mana levels: Harry, 17,584 Tonks, 11,968 Penelope, 10,312 Fleur, 10,636. Chapter 43. Reaction, Discovery, More Dragonams. This is awkward, Harry mused as he sat in one of the rarely used meeting rooms in Hogwarts. Nim was sitting to his right, Fleur was on his left, and Penny was sitting across from him. There was a noticeable tension in the air, and Harry wasn't a fan of it. Was a meeting really necessary? Harry finally broke the silence. Yes, Tonks stated immediately. You and Fleur had sex. That's something we all should have discussed first. The metamorph had a pout on her face, and Harry was trying hard not to smile at it. She had a cute pout. Communication is important in a relationship like ours, Penny spoke up next as she glanced at all three of them in turn. When steps like these are taken, we should all be in agreement, shouldn't we? I was planning on waiting for your birthday, but then Fleur jumped the line. Tonks looked at Fleur as her hair and eyes turned orange. Not the red that was normally associated with anger, but orange denoted annoyance. I'm not apologizing, Fleur stated simply with a shake of her head. I'm not asking you to, Tonks retorted with a sigh. I just wish you'd talk to us about it first. It would have been nice to know your plans in regards to taking this next step in the relationship, Fleur. Penny gave the Velatine an understanding look. She knew why Fleur had taken the next step. She only wished the other girl had been up front with her and Tonks. Yeah, we could have worked out a plan to make Harry's birthday the best night of his life. Tonks grinned salaciously, and Penny started, almost choking on her own breath, while Fleur raised a delicate eyebrow at the idea. I'm not against that still happening or anything, Harry mentioned with a wide smile on his face. Of course you don't mind. Tonks laughed at her boyfriend. Her hair turned from orange to pink, along with her eyes. I would not be opposed to this plan. Fleur giggled behind her hand, giving all three of them bedroom eyes. Can you three hold back your lusts for a bit? Penny shook her head with a sigh. Honestly, her family was letting their hormones do the talking already. Give in, Penny. Give in. Tonks teased with a flirty tone. You're incorrigible, Nim. Penny flicked a ball of mana at her friend. Tonks let the little mana ball hit her with a smile. She couldn't help but be happy that Penny wasn't dismissing the idea outright. The brown-eyed girl had become far more comfortable and open since this relationship started. It's nice being able to talk with all of you at the same time. Harry smiled warmly at his girlfriends. It's been too long. We miss you too, Harry. Penny returned his smile with a loving smile of her own. We really don't get enough time with you. Tonks gave him a gentle smile as she took his hand and entwined their fingers. Work has been busy ever since the whole Death Eater incident at the World Cup. Both Madame Bones and Mad Eye are running the DMLE like we're back in the 70s. It's exhausting trying to follow up on any suspicious activity or possible sighting of Death Eaters. I highly doubt that any of the Death Eaters hold a candle to your mana level, Nim. Harry squeezed her hand reassuringly. Damn right they don't. Tonks stated smugly, making Penny roll her eyes playfully, while Fleur laughed melodiously. I mean, I'm still Harry started to say before being cut off. Don't say it! Tonks snipped at her boyfriend. What? Harry grinned at his eldest girlfriend. I was just going to say that I'm... Don't you say it! Tonks interrupted him again with a look. I'm stronger than you. Harry rushed out his words and Tonks pouted at him with a glare. You said it! Tonks huffed at Harry with her arms crossed over her chest. You just had to say it. Yes. Harry grinned while both Fleur and Penny began to laugh at the pout on Tonks's face. It doesn't count. You cheated. Tonks looked away from him, still pouting cutely. I don't know. Harry grinned as he held up a test frame with his mana level showing. It looks like it counts to me. Where did you even get that? Penny raised an eyebrow at Harry, seemingly pulling a test frame from nowhere. I'm wearing my special cloak under my Hogwarts robes, Harry informed with a grin. Please tell me you washed that cloak, mon amour. Fleur gave Harry a look. She knew how often Harry had taken to wearing the jet-black cloak, and just how dirty something could get in the castle. Not to mention Harry's propensity for just wiping things off on his clothing. Almost every day, love, Harry reassured her with a nod and small smile. Bon, Fleur smiled back at him. I wouldn't want to snuggle with a man that can't even keep himself clean. All three ladies chuckled at Harry's expense, but he could only smile lovingly at them. He wouldn't change a single thing about any of his girlfriends. They were perfect just as they were in his eyes. Conversation resumed after the laughter and tea was provided by one of the castle's many house elves. Hearing about Penny's project and the success she was seeing filled Harry with joy. He was glad his rune knowledge had been so helpful to her. Tonks mentioned her own work at the DMLE and how much Mad-Eye was pushing her in their practice sessions. When asked about her patrols or any investigations she went on, Tonks had to be vague about them. It was part of her oath as an Auror not to reveal the status of any active cases, and Tonks took it seriously. You're keeping safe, right? Harry asked, seeking assurance that Tonks would be okay in the field with Death Eaters being active again. I have my basilisk scale mail on during any raid, Harry. Tonks gave his hand a gentle squeeze in reassurance. Under my aura robes, I always keep my basilisk hide vest on, too, even in the office or when I'm patrolling Diagon Alley. Thank you, Nim. Harry exhaled in relief. The Auror profession was dangerous, and he couldn't help but worry about Tonks after all. You aren't getting rid of me that easily, Harry. Tonks grinned before leaning over and kissing his lips. Good. Harry smiled before leaning forward to catch her lips this time. Oh my. Fleur had a teasing grin on her face, and her blue eyes were alight with mischief. Are you two need the room for a while? Fleur? Penny stared at the villa intently. Don't encourage them. I'll take you up on that offer. Tonks laughed as she moved over to sit in Harry's lap. No, you will not. Penny stood from her chair and leaned over to swat at Tonks. You could just join us in the fun, Fleur teased as she gave the bent-over Penny's ass a playful swat. Fleur! Penny jumped from the light slap of her booty. You stop that! One of us, one of us, one of us! Tonks laughed as she pulled Penny close and had the dark blonde girl sit on the armrest of Harry's chair. Come here, Penny. Harry smiled at his girlfriend as he wrapped his free arm around her waist. I'm the only one that thinks this isn't the best place for this, aren't I? Penny sighed before leaning down to meet Harry's lips in a soft kiss. No clothing better come off, or I'm hexing the one responsible. Acceptable. Fleur giggled as she sat on the opposite armrest and pulled Harry's lips to hers. So just pulling up my shirt is okay? Tonks teased as she guided Harry's hand to her breasts. Why do I even try? Penny questioned with a faux sigh before leaning into the cuddle pile with a smile. January 6th. It's Theban, Fleur declared while practically kicking open the door to the hidden workshop. Really? Harry looked at her flatly. His hand had jerked at the sudden entrance, and now a line of ink went across the page of his notebook. Ah, sorry, mon amour, Fleur apologized with a light chuckle. I was just excited to share the news with you. It's fine, love. Harry set his pen down and gave her his full attention. What's Theban? A type of substitution cipher of the Latin alphabet. Fleur closed the door behind her and walked over to Harry's desk. It's been around since the early 1500s. It's also called the witch's alphabet. That would explain the witch and insight parts of the runes. Harry agreed as he looked over the book Fleur had placed next to his notebook. Now we just have to translate it. I already did. Fleur looked slightly smug as she pulled a parchment from her pocket and unfolded it. I'm not sure how to feel about the second task, though. Let's see. Harry began to read the translated message. The second task would be one of the oldest forms of magical competition known, that being magical combat. They could bring whatever foci or armor they wished. The only rules for the task were the banning of dark magics and not to intentionally kill the other champions. This isn't a formalized duel, this is just an outright battle. Yes, the conditions for gaining points are the order in which the champions are rendered unable to continue, and the judge's determination on the skill displayed. Fleur noted of the last short paragraph at the bottom of the parchment. It seems you and I will be sparring with a much larger audience than normal, love. Harry smiled at her as he took her hand in his own. So it seems, Harry. Fleur returned his smile before leaning down to meet his lips for a warm kiss. I do hope you enjoyed your Christmas presents too. Harry grinned a little mischievously. I love the storage cloak, Harry, even if the name is a little plain. She teased, and Harry rolled his eyes at the ribbing. What was with magicals and wanting things to seem magical through both name and looks all the time? I was surprised by the dragon leather pants, though. Tonks liked them, Harry chuckled while Fleur gave him a teasing grin. Why did you make them for us? Fleur questioned her lover rhetorically. For reasons. Harry looked her straight in the eye with an unrepentant smile. Would one of those reasons happen to be to see our lovely bottoms in them? Fleur purred out her question. Perhaps. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Good. I'd hate to think that these skin-tight pants would go to waste. Fleur giggled as she undid the spell that had hidden her actual outfit from view. She went from wearing the Beauxbatons standard blue uniform to the skin-tight dragon leather pants and a tight white turtleneck with long sleeves. Needless to say, but the outfit hugged her body in all the right ways and flaunted her amazing figure. Beautiful, Harry murmured as he took in the sight of his silver-blonde girlfriend with a bright smile. Why, thank you. Fleur grinned as she turned around and let him see her from the back. I outdid myself. Harry gave himself a little praise at seeing the tight leather pants accentuating Fleur's amazing ass. Now that we know what the second task is, Fleur leaned forward, pushing her leather-clad bottom towards Harry. Why don't we celebrate, mon amour? Fleur quickly found herself bent over Harry's desk. A quick slap of her ass was followed by Harry leaning against her back. She turned her head only to meet his lips with hers. Not to be outdone, the Vila girl ground her shapely ass into her lover's crotch as his hands came up to play with her breasts. January 8th, Harry grimaced at the heat from his forge. If the heat rose too much more, then the very stone it was made from would start to melt. Even flax could only do so much when using magical materials. But he was bound and determined to make this work. He just needed to find a way to actually manipulate the material. That, or he needed a way to generate even greater heat to soften and shape it. Who knew that working with dragon scales would be so difficult? Harry muttered to himself as he looked at the blazing forge and the large dragon scale sitting within. The large scale had barely changed color from the heat. Harry's current goal was to fashion a shield from the Horntail's scales. With another nearly spell-proof layer of defense added to his regalia, he'd be closer to ready for whenever Voldemort made his move. At the moment, though, Harry was still figuring out just how to use dragon scales in creaturecraft. They were insanely durable and resistant to heat. The inherent properties of the scales were making the task of actually crafting with them ridiculously challenging. All the better for a strong shield, I guess. Harry wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. He kept the heat high and hoped that extended time within the forge would soften the dragon scale inside. If this doesn't work, I'm going to have to find another way to come at this problem. January 10th. Is something wrong with your forge, Harry? Fleur questioned as she saw Harry taking his tools to the stone that made up the forge. It's not strong enough, Harry answered as he carefully etched another rune into the sequence he had going. I need to be able to get it to much higher temperatures if I want to work with dragon scales. I see, so you're adding in a runic array to allow for that? Fleur noted his already complete work. Yep, Harry smiled at her brightly. I'm starting on the outside and then I'll do the inside. With any luck, I'll have upgraded the forge enough to work with most any material. Is your plan still to take your OOLs this summer? Fleur asked as she watched him work. It seems a waste to go through all this work if you're not going to come back to Hogwarts next year. I'll just take the forge with me. No big deal. Harry shrugged as he started on the next rune in the sequence. That does remind me, I need to perform the same upgrade on the forge in my smithy at Woodend Cottage, too. I suppose with your storage cloak you don't really have many limitations on what you can carry with you. Fleur chuckled with a grin at her lover. Trust Harry not to leave any tool behind when he vacated an area. I believe you'll need to expand your smithy to fit in a second forge. Magic makes for easy work, love. Harry laughed as he etched the next rune into the stone of his forge. Hours later, and Harry was lying inside his forge, on his back, as he etched more runes into the stone. Fleur was reading an interesting book that Madame Aveline had recommended to her. The Villa teen would look up from her reading every now and then to watch Harry work for a short time. His focus on his task was admirable, and she couldn't help the smile that came to her face. Looking towards the clock on the wall, Fleur noted the time. "Harry, it's almost dinner time," Fleur informed him as she closed her book. "Surely you must be hungry after working for so long?" "I could eat," Harry admitted from within the forge. He finished etching the rune he was working on, and then shimmied out of the forge. "Has it really been almost 6 hours?" "Indeed it has." Fleur stood up and stretched. "Shall we go to dinner? Allow me to escort you, my lady." Harry held out his arm to her with a grin. "Of course, mon amour." Fleur smiled back as she looped her arm though his. Dinner was a pleasant affair, as was normal. Fleur and Harry sat at the Ravenclaw table next to his study buddies. Conversation started up about classes, the next task of the tournament, what everyone had been up to, and other regular topics. Harry enjoyed some bouillabaisse, a French soup made from seafood. Fleur recommended it, and Harry found it to his tastes. Luna was still artistic with her food, and that made Harry grin. Hermione still lamented that Harry skipped pretty much every class nowadays with his champion privileges. "I'm just worried you'll miss something important, Harry." Hermione fretted over his education. "I haven't worried too much about it, Hermione." Harry shrugged after taking a sip of his tea. He still wasn't the biggest fan of pumpkin juice, at all. "If this tournament has taught me anything, it's that Hogwarts may not be the safest place for me. As I've said before, I plan to take my OWLs this summer and my NUTs in the fall. I have little doubt that I'll secure the grades I need in the core classes for OWLs along with runes and arithmancy. I'm planning to specialize for my NUTs in runes, arithmancy, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts. That's more than required, and I already have a successful business partnership. Early graduation will free up much more of my time to delve further into artifice." "We'll miss you at our study sessions," Mandy sighed with a faux sad look at him. "Who is going to help me figure out all my arithmancy equations?" "My runes grade might suffer as well, Harry." Padma got in on the teasing. "How are you going to just leave us like this?" "I'll miss you too, Harry." Luna looked a bit saddened by the approaching loss of her friend. "Just because I graduate doesn't mean we'll stop talking or anything." Harry pulled Luna into a side hug. "You can always send me letters and I'll reply. Hell, if you send me the Hogsmeade days, I might be able to pop in and hang out for a while too." "Okay." Luna beamed at him, and he got smiles from Mandy, Padma, and even a small one from Hermione. "Onward and upward," Fleur smiled at the younger girls. "It is the path we all try and follow, yes?" She was met with agreements from all 4 of the girls. January 12th. "Now we're talking." Harry laughed as the heat from his forge was finally high enough to make the dragon scale glow a yellow color as it softened. Pulling it from the heat, he added it to the hammered-out ingot of zeklitite that he'd kept at the edge of the forge to maintain its pliability. With his basilisk carbon steel rune-enchanted tools, he set about hammering the dragon scale into the zeklitite. Harry worked for hours, heating dragon scales, heating zeklitite, hammering, folding, hammering, shaping, and molding the metal into the proper shape. Thankfully, he'd started right after lunch, and Fleur did still attend a good amount of her classes. This gave Harry about 6 hours of solid work time. He went for a simple design for this dragon scale shield, a fairly standard round shield for the simplicity of its creation. At about 45 centimeters in diameter, it would be able to block a good amount of his torso, or he could raise it slightly to protect his face. As he finished the base shaping of the yellow hot alloy, he grasped it with his basilisk carbon steel rune-enchanted tongues and prepared to quench it in a tank of dragon blood. The familiar and no less foul smell that came from this process was the same as it always was. Harry pulled the blood-covered shield from the tank and set it on a metal rack to finish cooling. Is that going to happen every time I use the scales of a conquered beast? Harry noted that a very defined scale pattern was forming on the metal of his shield. It was interesting to watch the pattern form from the center of the shield outwards. The pattern then rose slightly, becoming a textured pattern on the metal alloy. Huh, didn't expect such a strong reaction, Harry noted of the shield's formation. Perhaps this is because the dragon had greater magical potency? Interesting. I'll have to test out more with the scales to find out. Harry, I came to get you for dinner. Fleur cut herself off as her hand flew to her face to cover her nose from the smell of the smithy. I see you've been working with dragon blood again. I can't let it go to waste, right? Harry smiled, his nose already used to the smell, even if it wasn't pleasant. Wait until I start using the fire sac bile. That stuff smells much worse. I suppose you shouldn't waste the blood, but I'd rather not be present when you start using the bile, was Fleur's muffled reply. You're covered in sweat, too. It's a good thing I came early. You can at least get a shower before dinner. I probably should wash off, Harry agreed as he felt the sweat on his skin. Would you care to join me? He waggled his eyebrows at his Vila lover. Harry, we don't have time to enjoy ourselves in the shower. Fleur shook her head with a chuckle. The sound was muffled by her hand still holding her nose. What if we just fooled around a little? Harry countered with a devilish grin. Go shower, mister. Fleur pushed him towards the smithy's bathroom. All right, all right. Harry chuckled as he walked towards the bathroom door. He opened the door and entered the room, only to find Fleur following him inside. Fleur? He blinked at her. I didn't say no to fooling around. Fleur purred as she spelled her clothing off and stood before him naked. After letting him get a look, the scholarly teen giggled as she turned and started the shower. Minx! Harry quickly shed his own clothing and practically chased a laughing Fleur into the shower. They were late to dinner by almost 20 minutes. January 15th, Japanese. Harry blinked at the letter that the barn owl had delivered to him at breakfast. Fleur looked curiously at the letter as Harry whispered to the parchment, and the Japanese hiragana glowed slightly before English words appeared superimposed over the original writing. Oh, it's from Toshu. Harry read the translated letter over for a bit. He sure didn't waste time. He chuckled as he showed the letter to Fleur. Heard about me slaying a dragon and is convinced I've made something from it. He wants to see what I've done with the knowledge he provided to me years ago. Are you going to make a trip to Japan? Fleur questioned him after she finished reading. It could make for an interesting summer trip, Harry shrugged before a small grin formed on his face. By that time, I bet I could have a few items made that would get at least a passing grade from even the strictest of artisans. Getting out of Britain, or Europe in general, for a while could also do you some good, what with all this reanimated Dark Lord business. Fleur let her displeasure show at the thought of Voldemort being back. True enough, Harry shook his head. Voldemort never tried to conquer any country other than Britain. I'm not sure he ever left Europe much at all, come to think of it. Then perhaps a vacation abroad will be a good thing for us? Fleur smiled at her lover. The way she said us let Harry know that she was including Tonks and Penny as well. Couldn't hurt, Harry looked thoughtful. He can't try and kill me if I'm not in Britain to attack. With the weird obsession he seems to have with ending my life, I highly doubt he'll try to make any large showings of himself until after he's sure I'm dead. We will not give him the chance, mon amour. Fleur's hand sought out his own and gave it a comforting squeeze. I know, love. Harry smiled lovingly at her as he squeezed back. I'll have more than a few unpleasant surprises for him when he tries. Those include 3 very angry girlfriends, yes? Fleur grinned at him. Indeed, but I think using 3 weapons of mass destruction might violate some laws, both magical and muggle. Harry laughed and Fleur joined him as they leaned against each other. What is your next dragon material idea exactly? Fleur wiped the tear of laughter from the corner of her eye. I'm thinking I'll give a magical spear a shot. Harry grinned as his eyes lit up with excitement. I have plenty of horns after all. I fear the castle walls may not be standing by the time you perfect such a weapon, mon amour. Fleur giggled lightly at Harry's excitement to try forging something new. Acceptable losses in the name of progress. Harry shrugged with a chuckle that became full-on laughter. You just want to make something to show off to this Toshu on our trip. Fleur gave him an amused look. Maybe. Harry's grin couldn't have been more mischievous if he'd tried. I could also try to make another sword, too. Everybody likes swords, right? I'm sure, Harry. Fleur gave him a faux disbelieving look. Magic swords are cool, Harry retorted with a sharp nod, as if to confirm his own statement. Men will always want to measure their swords against one another. Fleur snickered, and Harry blinked at her. Hey! He turned to face her with a grimace, and Fleur burst into melodious laughter. It quickly caught the attention of the entirety of the Ravenclaw table. Harry merely rolled his eyes at his Vila scholar. Current mana levels: Harry 18,426 Tonks, 12,698 Penelope, 11,204 Fleur, 12,162. Chapter 44, Second Task. I don't get why we have to be split up for this. Fleur had a cute pout as the champions were being split up to prepare for the second task. It's so that we can each prepare whatever we brought for the task, without our opponents seeing it, love. Harry replied with a chuckle. She's just being difficult. Tonks rolled her eyes at Fleur playfully. The Vila teen huffed over dramatically at being called out. Don't get too caught up in the match. Penny hugged both Harry and Fleur. We all know what could happen if you two get out of hand with your spells. I'm a fount of control and reasoning, my love. Harry sniffed in a pompous manner. This prompted chuckles from his girlfriends as well as Sirius. Sure you are, Harry. Sure you are. Sirius ribbed his godson with a cheeky look on his face. Et tu, Sirius? Harry held his right hand over his heart in mock shock. I'm afraid so, godson of mine. Sirius chuckled at Harry's expense. Marius, Apolline, and Gabrielle were encouraging Fleur to do her best in French. Harry was happy with his progress in learning the language, as he was able to understand what the Delacours were saying more often than not. Remus had volunteered to be the professor to get Harry for the task and was chuckling along with Sirius's teasing. When Madame Maxime came to collect Fleur, the two teens shared a quick kiss before separating. Tonks snagged Harry and got her own kiss, and Penny gave him a kiss on the cheek for luck. I'm assuming we're still using the stadium they built for the first task, since they never removed it, right? Harry questioned his surrogate uncle on their walk across the grounds. Yes, the Ministry is actually being efficient and reusing it. Remus grinned at Harry. Ministry and efficient. Harry pretended to roll the idea around in his head. There's just something inherently wrong sounding about that. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, Harry. Remus chortled as they approached the stadium. Remus led Harry into a private room to prepare for the second task. With a nod and wishing his surrogate nephew good luck, Remus left to head up to the professor's seating. Well, time to get ready. Harry spelled off his Hogwarts robe to reveal his storage cloak beneath it. With a flip of the cloth, all of Harry's chosen items and artifacts were sitting on the ground waiting for him. It looks like I'll get to show off the regalia for the first time. I wonder if I should feel bad for Crumb? Deciding a second later that he shouldn't, Harry placed his basilisk scale mail on. He donned his Windwalker items on his feet and shins. Ethereum was sheathed at his hip. He placed his Sorcerer's Path mantle over his shoulders, and then he fitted his Spell Ward gauntlets over his hands before he picked up his dragon scale shield. All in all, Harry cut a rather imposing figure for a teenager. It wasn't long before Bagman's loud voice filled the stadium. The former professional beater rambled on for a while, apparently liking the sound of his own voice. After a few minutes to introduce the judges, which Harry felt unnecessary as they hadn't changed from the first task, the words that he was waiting for came. Now, our three champions make their way to the arena floor, Bagman declared boisterously. Harry walked through the small tunnel that would lead him to the center of the stadium. He emerged onto the field to the cheers of the audience, at the same time as Fleur and Crumb. He swept his eyes over Krumm's preparations first. The Durmstrang student had his staff in hand, what appeared to be a padded suit beneath a cloak of a deep red color. He didn't recognize the padded suit, but it was easy to deduce that it had been enchanted in every way that the material could hold to protect the wearer. The cloak, however, Harry did recognize, and he couldn't help but whistle at the material. Salamander wool? That's some pricey material. Harry noted of the cloak. Wool taken from a magical breed of sheep, treated with fire magic, and then enchanted to protect against spells, especially fire-based magics. That had to cost the professional Quidditch player quite the pretty penny. Now, let's see that mana level. Harry sent a bit of mana into his glasses to activate the scouter function. The reading came back quickly, and Harry noted the increase from the last time he'd checked Crumb. The last reading had been around 7,000 for the Bulgarian teen. The current reading put the other champion at 8,264 in total. Someone has been practicing. He glanced over at Fleur next, but her preparations were already known to him. She donned her own basilisk scale mail, her sorcerer's path mantle, and a set of duelist robes beneath her armor for the protection of her legs. If she'd had a copy of everything that Harry was carrying right now, not only would that look as if they'd teamed up, which was against the rules of the tournament, but it would interfere with how Fleur liked to engage in magical combat. "Champions, prepare yourselves," Bagman called out, and the stadium became quieter as everyone waited for the second task to begin. 3, 2, 1, begin! Crumb slammed the butt of his staff onto the grassy ground and muttered something that neither Harry nor Fleur could hear from the distance separating them. The ground rippled before a dozen forms tore their way out of the earth to become a pack of wolves. 6 of the transfigured beasts headed for Harry, while the other 6 dashed towards Fleur. The opening spell was undone before the wolves even crossed half the distance towards their targets. All 12 of the canines fell apart back into dirt without a word or motion from Harry or Fleur. A finite of enough power to undo a transfiguration that had no protection against being undone merely took a glance and their will to direct their mana. "Catch!" Harry smiled as he raised his right hand, the one not holding his dragon scale shield, and a reddish glow enveloped it. With a wide swipe of the glowing appendage, a wave of red light emerged and flew towards Victor. "Protego!" Crumb cast with his staff, and the off-white magical shield took the modified stunning spell without issue. "Do not forget me, to squabble amongst yourselves, gentlemen." Fleur smiled pleasantly, even as balls of electricity sparked into existence all around her. The swarm of ball lightning was sent towards both Harry and Crumb all at once. The widespread move was then followed up by Fleur opening her mouth to emit a melodious tone. Harry moved to avoid the ball lightning, while Crumb refocused his Protego. The sound of Fleur's voice came a split second later, and Harry felt something brush against the immense mass of mental brambles that made up his alternate occlumency. He wondered what the spell song was supposed to do before he saw Victor's Protego flicker, and the Bulgarian's eyes become unfocused. The rain of ball lighting knocked him out of the trance-like state, even though the salamander wool took the brunt of the damage for him. "Clever girl." Harry chuckled as he cast the Similitudo charm repeatedly. In short order, there were almost a dozen Harrys spreading out across the field. All of the copies had a vocalization charm weaved into them as well, so that they could make noise and further confuse his opponents. "Doing that again, mon amour?" Fleur rolled her eyes at the horde of illusionary Harrys. "Let's find the real you." She focused, her blue eyes becoming sharp as she moved her left hand into a circle. In the area with the most Harry copies, one Harry stumbled as gravity temporarily increased in the designated area of Fleur's spell. Victor was confused as he'd been dispersing any copy of Harry that came his way, only for all of them to suddenly stumble. The Bulgarian waved his staff, and a strong finite made the illusions in his range disappear. With the illusions gone, he focused and waved his staff while incanting his next spell. A series of chains were conjured and sent towards both Harry and Fleur in a wave of writhing metal. "Well, if you two just want to stand around." Harry grinned from his kneeling position under Fleur's spell. He placed his free right hand on the ground and pulsed his mana into it. Each pulse was a spell that traveled through the ground and stopped at specific places beneath the soil. Seeing the massive chains slithering towards him while he was under the effects of the increased gravity, Harry had to commend Victor for trying to take advantage. The wave of chains stopped dead in their tracks before vanishing as Harry wandlessly and silently cancelled the conjuration. He did the same to the gravity spell a second later and stood up. Not bad, but I'm not as distracted as you think, Mr. Crumb. Fleur noted the chains headed her way, and a wave of her left hand saw them vanish. Oiseau de cendre, she whispered even as flames leapt from her arm and quickly formed into large, eagle-like birds made of flame and cinder. The flock of over a dozen birds winged their way towards the wide-eyed Victor. While Victor was beset by flaming birds and valiantly destroyed one after another, Harry quickly pulled water from the cool Scottish air. He rapidly formed spheres, spinning discs, and even arrows from the liquid and sent all of them towards Fleur. While she was distracted by the barrage, Harry gathered up a large amount of water, easily enough to fill a standard swimming pool, shaped it into a long serpentine dragon just for aesthetics, and then sent the liquid beast at his girlfriend. Boom! A blast went off at Victor's location, and Harry chuckled as one of his subterranean spells was triggered. They were basically mana landmines, and when stepped on, went off in much the same way, if not far less lethal for safety's sake. Apparently he'd tried to retreat from his initial position when it became untenable from the fiery flock. The professional Quidditch player was ass over tea kettle on the ground, but the last two of Fleur's flame birds couldn't seem to do any damage through the salamander wool cloak that Victor had on. Trying to soak me? Fleur raised a delicate silver eyebrow at the barrage of water headed her way. The serpentine dragon was a bit much in her opinion, but it was nice to see she wasn't the only one in their family to appreciate aesthetics. She took a deep breath before gathering water herself. She exhaled, and the water turned into a thick mist. Into the mist she imbued an overpowered finite maxima to cancel the magic that both shaped and moved the water constructs headed for her. The water all splashed onto the ground in a wave, and Fleur took 2 steps backwards to avoid it. Boom! Fleur let out an undignified squawk as she was sent reeling from stepping on one of Harry's hidden spells. The Vila girl landed on the ground with a thud and grimaced at the disorientation and pain. She was so going to get Harry back for this. Lata Glacius Maxima. Victor slammed his staff into the ground at his feet. A wave of ice spread across the entire field at speed. Multiple blasts went off as all of Harry's mana landmines were tripped, but the empowered spell didn't even slow down. The frozen ground even began to produce small spires of ice as the temperature dropped and the water in the air began to freeze too. Huh, double modifiers, neat. Harry stomped his foot on the ground and channeled his mana into the soil. A large wall rose up in front of the approaching wave of ice. The earthen wall didn't even stop it as it froze over, and the wave continued to spread. Time to go. Harry activated his Windwalker item and flew into the air to escape the spreading frost. Frost against fire? You must be confident? Fleur grinned as she blasted the icy wave headed towards her with a stream of flames. When the flames guttered out against the encroaching ice, Fleur blinked at the amount of mana that Crumb had to have put into the spell. With a quick application of her mana, her feet left the ground as she made her shoes float. It wasn't perfect, but it got her a few meters into the air and out of the spreading frost that continued to cover the field. Damn. Victor huffed as he saw both Fleur and Harry dodge his spell. He'd been seriously hoping to get one of them with that. Now he was heavily drained and staring down 2 spellcasters that didn't even look fatigued from their casting yet. Impressive range, Harry noted from his place in the air. But you look like you need a break, Crumb. He swiped his arm in a wide arc, and another modified stunning spell arced towards the Durmstrang champion. You did well enough, Victor, Fleur noted from her floating position. But Harry and I have a score to settle, so go to sleep. The Vila teen began to sing the same lullaby that had knocked out her dragon in the first task. The spell song traveled towards Victor and began its work. Shit. Victor had enough left in him to raise a dome-shaped Protego to block the flying crescent of a stunner, even though his shield broke a split second later. He couldn't stop the spell song from invading his ears, though. In a few short moments, Victor fell to the frosted ground in an enchanted sleep. Halt! Bagman's loud voice thundered, and both Harry and Fleur stopped and turned to look towards the booth. Victor Crumb is down. Please hold while he is retrieved and taken to Madame Pomfrey. That makes sense. Harry shrugged, even as he stood in the air without a care. Of course. Fleur nodded and continued to float a few meters in the air under the effects of her spell. Both of the teens realized that Bagman had been commentating on the three-way battle the whole time, and they'd simply tuned him out. As they watched a pair of wizards levitate the unconscious victor away, both were already formulating ideas for their next moves. They caught each other's eye, and both gave a challenging look to their lover. "You may resume the task." Bagman brought the brief break to an end. "I want to give my regalia a good test run, love." Harry's right hand went to Ethereum's handle and grasped it. "Come at me with all you've got." He grinned as he unsheathed his artifact sword and held it at the ready. "Someone is rather cocky today," Fleur grinned up at Harry. "Where is that confidence coming from exactly?" In response to his lover's question, Harry raised Ethereum above his head and then swung it downwards as strongly as he could with just his right arm. Everyone in the stadium saw the strange blur that traveled in an arc from the blade and towards the frozen ground. When the blur hit the ground, a wave spread out near instantly, and the ice that had covered the field shattered into snow before it all disappeared instantly. Every witch and wizard in attendance gaped at what a single swing of the obviously magical sword had done. "I think I have a reason to be a little cocky, my fleur-de-lis." Harry smiled warmly at his lover. "Ethereum is impressive," Fleur admitted with a pleased grin at Harry using a playful nickname for her. "But if you want me to go all out, then I will." Flames danced off the Velatine's skin as her form was wreathed in a cloak of fire. Most of the non-Beauxbaton spectators once again gaped in shock as Fleur's spell formed fully. The pair of large, flaming wings that appeared on her back made of cinders released burning feathers as they spread wide. Manteau de Cendre. "What on earth is that?" Bagman's voice briefly broke through the focus the two teens had on each other. They could understand his shock, though. Fleur had seemingly just conjured two black-feathered wings of burning ash from her back. Ash and embers cloaked her form, and the occasional flare of fire escaped her spell as heat radiated from her body. "Just as impressive as the first time you showed it to me, love," Harry praised, but even he was surprised when the animated wings flapped twice and Fleur rose into the air to match his height. "I see you've even improved it with flight." "I have many tricks up my sleeves, Harry." Fleur grinned before she flapped the black wings of burning ash and sent a gale of blistering cinder towards him. A swipe of Ethereum saw the cloud of cinder vanish. Harry raised his dragon-scale shield to block the large fireball that had been hidden behind the cloud. The flames dispersed around Harry's form as the spell lost cohesion against the shield's innate properties. Not willing to let Fleur control the pace of their battle, Harry used his Windwalker to move through the air at speed and make distance. A thrust of Ethereum and another oddly transparent blur punched a perfectly circular hole in her left ash wing. Fleur didn't even flinch as the damaged portion flared with fire and then filled in with cinder again. Plumes de braise. Fleur flew upwards, taking the high position. From her wings, dozens upon dozens of burning, black ash feathers began to rain down on the field. In short order, there were hundreds of the faux plumage filling the air and even smoking on the ground as the grass dried out and began to smolder. "Well, that's both offensive and defensive now, isn't it?" Harry grimaced as he used both his dragon-scale shield and his sorcerer's path mantle to deal with the falling feathers. The mantle sucked the feathers up, and Harry directed the enchanted item to send them back out at speed to collide with other incoming plumage. The result was smoke filling the air as the feathers both burst apart. "How about we get rid of these?" Harry gripped Ethereum firmly, and the blade glowed for a moment. A horizontal swing of the artifact sword and a large wave of the transparent blur passed through the hundreds of burning ash feathers. Each one struck by the wave vanished instantly, but Fleur seemed to have no trouble producing more of them. "Tempête de plume!" Fleur spoke as she spread her arms wide before bringing her hands together. The hundreds of ash feathers falling through the air began to swirl. They ignored the call of gravity as they danced in the air and swirled about faster and faster. Harry noted that he seemed to be the epicenter of this storm and grinned even as the heat began to rapidly climb as the storm of feathers closed in. Harry focused his mana into Ethereum and tapped into his artifact sword's innate mana. Combining the two, the blade thrummed with power and glowed slightly. With a full 360-degree spin, a ring of the transparent force passed through the swirling tornado of burning, ash feathers and turned them to nothing. A boost to his Windwalker, and Harry shot upwards like a rocket towards Fleur. "Silly boy!" Fleur directed a titanic stream of flames towards the rapidly approaching Harry. "Shield, don't fail me now." Harry placed his dragon-scale shield in front of him, as he continued his rush to get close enough to Fleur to try and disable her spell entirely. The Tower of Fire engulfed him as the innate fire resistance of the dragon-scale shield, along with its ability to block spells, protected him from the flames. The heat was unbearable still, and Harry could feel his lips dry out even as sweat ran down his entire body. He broke through the fire pillar, much to Fleur's shock, and without even pausing to take a breath of air, he lashed out with Ethereum to sever her left wing. "Are you insane?" Fleur yelled even as she plummeted out of the air. "You should have dodged the flames." "Just eccentric, love," Harry called back as he took a breath of cool air that stung his dry mouth and throat. "Have it your way, you crazy boy." Fleur stabilized her fall even as she reformed her left wing. The Velatine glowed like a miniature sun as heat and fire surrounded her. Dernier vol! Her black-feathered ash wings broke apart into another storm of burning plumage. Only this time they swirled around each other closely, as fire and heat built up within the microstorm. At Fleur's will, the burning storm of black feathers exploded in Harry's direction, sending intensely hot bullets of cinder at the bespectacled teen. "Bloody hell!" Harry once more poured his mana into Ethereum and swung the sword towards the incoming spell. The transparent slash destroyed every bullet it touched, but the sheer scale of the spell made it a moot point. With nothing for it, Harry hunkered behind his dragon-scale shield as the bullets of cinder bombarded him. The shield and his basilisk scale mail negated a lot of the damage, and even his sorcerer's path mantle absorbed its limit of the bullets. Ethereum was also acting as an impromptu shield, as the sword's innate ability to dispel any spell that touched it was used to full effect. "This is amazing!" Tonks watched Harry and Fleur's battle with pride for her family. "I literally just told them not to lose themselves in the battle." Penny decried the actions of her boyfriend and sister as she watched the insane spell that Fleur had just thrown at Harry. "Ow! Ow! 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 Fuck!" Harry hissed as he floated in the air after the barrage ended. His hair was singed. He knew he had burns from the sheer heat of the spell. His shield was still holding up, as was the basilisk scale mail. Beyond that, his legs hurt from the multiple impacts, and he was fairly sure he was overheating. That was more than I expected. Unbeknownst to Harry, Fleur was taking the time that Harry was recovering to recover as well. Dernier vol used up most of her mana in an all-out attack against her enemy or enemies, and wasn't something she could do more than once. It was called Last Flight for a reason, after all. The silvery blonde teen was breathing heavily as she waited for the smoke to clear. Harry hadn't fallen out of the sky, so she knew he was still in this match. "Love!" Harry yelled as the smoke was blasted away from his position by his surging mana. Ethereum was sparking with electricity as Harry channeled the Fulman curse through it. "You better dodge, block, or surrender." The buildup of electricity began to leap off the artifact sword like lightning. "I choose to win." Fleur focused and raised her hands upwards. 3 Protego Talum shields surrounded her in a triple-layered dome. With a rumble, 4 large spires of earth were pulled from the ground and formed a point where they all met above the shield spells. "You're amazing, love!" Harry laughed, and with a crack of thunder he swung Ethereum downward. A bolt dropped as if from an angry god. The lightning hit the 4 spires of earth and lost a chunk of its force from obliterating them. The first Protego Totalum held for a second or two before shattering. The second Protego Totalum held longer, but still broke. The final Protego Totalum held the remaining power back until the spell dispersed. "I'm so gonna smack both of them for this." Penny was not happy with how far Fleur and Harry were taking this. Tonks pulled her into a side hug to help calm her down. Well, that didn't really work either. Harry was slowly drifting down to the ground as his own mana became rather low. He couldn't keep the Windwalker powered and still cast spells anymore. He also needed to work on its mobility in the air. If it had better speed and handling, he could have avoided Fleur's spell instead of having to weather it. "You look tired, mon amour. Why don't you take a break?" Fleur smiled at her lover as she straightened up. Her Protego Totalum had faded from lack of mana, and now she could only use the simplest of spells. "I'd love to get these burns healed up and then slip into a nice bath," Harry admitted with a strained grin. "If you concede, I might even join you." Fleur tempted him with a playful lilt in her tired voice. "Tempting." Harry chuckled before raising Ethereum and pointing it at her. Using the artifact's mana, he cast a stunner at his Vila girlfriend. "Is that a no?" Fleur's Sorcerer's Path mantle intercepted the stunner and absorbed it. In the next instant, the red spell as launched back at Harry. The spell was slapped aside by Harry's spell ward gauntlet on his left hand. "I never said that." Harry grinned as his own mantle rose up and unleashed all of the cinder bullets it had absorbed at Fleur. Her mantle responded in kind and absorbed the barrage in turn. The flipendo that struck her in the chest was unexpected, but it did nothing to her basilisk scale mail. The two volleyed the cinder bullets back and forth twice more before Fleur removed them from contention by letting them splash harmlessly against her armor and her naturally resistant skin. Her duelist robes had long since lost their lower portion, leaving her long, beautiful legs exposed. "Forgot how hard the basilisk scale mail makes ending this match of ours." Harry chuckled, as neither of them was in much position to cast anything better than a Lumos at this point. "How about that surrender, then?" Fleur asked cheekily with a grin. "You'd like that, wouldn't you?" Harry grinned right back at her. "Very much so," Fleur admitted shamelessly. "Stupefy." Harry barely raised Ethereum as he tapped into the innate mana within the artifact once more. The red spell struck Fleur's exposed legs, and the Vila teen sank to the ground as her consciousness left her. "If you're not too cross with me, let's still aim for that soak in the bath together, love." He sighed as he sank to his knees while using Ethereum to hold himself up. There was no sound in the stadium for a few moments before clapping began. Tonks stood from her seat with a bright smile as she applauded for Harry and Fleur. Penny joined her with a small smile, and soon it spread throughout the rest of the stadium. Sirius was the first to begin to whoop and cheer, and the noise began to grow louder as the rest of the spectators began commenting on the absolutely insane feats of spellcasting they'd just seen. "Harry Potter is the last one standing in the second task," Bagman suddenly announced with a roar. It had apparently taken the former beater some time to recover from his shock. Harry honestly couldn't care less about the points, but figured he would look for Fleur. Honestly, he really just wanted to sleep for a bit after the burns that still stung his skin were taken care of. The judges appeared to be deliberating, and Harry wished they'd hurry up even as the two wizards that had taken Krum off the field approached him and Fleur. "The judges have made their decisions and graded the champions on their performance," Bagman announced as both Harry and Fleur were levitated onto stretchers that were then levitated themselves. For showing skill and power in his spellcasting, Victor Krum is awarded 37 points. The crowd all applauded at the score for the Durmstrang champion. For impressive spell work, clever enchanted item use, and immensely surprising power, Fleur Delacour is awarded 48 points. The audience applauded louder this time, and cheers even rose up from the crowd. Harry was fairly certain they came mostly from the men in the audience and Fleur's schoolmates. Finally, for impressive enchanted item and artifact use, incredible power, ingenious spell work, and being the last one standing, Harry Potter is awarded a full 50 points. The cheering was raucous as most of Hogwarts stomped, cheered, clapped, and celebrated their champion's victory. "Took him long enough," Harry murmured as he and Fleur were taken off the field and into Madame Pomfrey's care. They'd be lucky to get out of the hospital wing by tomorrow night at the earliest. Unknown to the teen Artificer, a certain ministry official was sitting in the stands during the second task. She'd bullied her way into the private box with her position to see just what the Potter boys' artifacts could do. She hadn't been disappointed either. That kind of power in the hands of a half-blood was dangerous. He was still a student as well. For the safety of the children, perhaps his artifacts needed to be held in the ministry's custody until he graduated. They could certainly be put to better use in the proper hands. I believe that Fossil Griselda mentioned that Artificer Potter had put in the parchment work to take his OWLs and NETs early. The short, squat woman in luridly pink robes muttered to herself. He never replied to my last letter either. Perhaps I should impress upon him the honor it would be for him to be employed directly by the ministry. If not, I'm sure Cornelius would be horrified at what Potter's artifacts could do if he decided to misuse them. Confiscation might just be necessary after all. She tittered out a laugh that made anyone that heard it flinch in disgust. The woman stood from her seat with plans forming in her head. That creature that Potter had fought was also something to worry about. No inhuman creatures should be that powerful. Perhaps she could use this task as an example of the dangers that filthy non-humans pose to proper witches and wizards. Surely her newest legislation would pass with proof like this. Either way, as long as those artifacts end up in the hands of proper witches and wizards, we'll have nothing to fear from the creatures like her. The toad-like woman nearly spat at the mention of Fleur. She wasn't jealous of the creature's looks. It was all just a show to hide their inhuman nature. Now that she'd worked herself up into a right, jealous fury, the horrid woman stomped off towards the exit of the castle grounds. She needed a drink and then to meet with Cornelius about all of this. Current mana levels: Harry, 19,068 Tunks, 13,942 Penelope, 12,116 Fleur, 13,224. Chapter 45, Planning in the Ministry of Magic, Saturday, February 26th. I'm a bit surprised that you're still up for this, love. Harry chuckled as he and Fleur made their way to the prefect baths together. Well, Fleur gave him a warm, loving gaze that was heavy with desire. It's also for me as well, mon amour. It hadn't been too hard to find the hidden prefect baths. Tonks had happily told them where they were after the second task. Penny had simply sighed and shaken her head in defeat, when no one seemed to care that these baths were supposed to only be for the prefects. Tonks had managed to weasel the location out of a prefect that had been trying to woo her in her 5th year, and had never forgotten where they were, even though she couldn't get in after the password had been changed. Of course, that particular conversation had only come up after Penny had swatted both of them lightly over the head for going too far in the second task. Madame Pomfrey had been agitated with how long Tonks, Penny, Sirius, and the Delacours had kept Harry and Fleur awake after the task. The matron couldn't do anything to remove them legally, so she'd simply had to wait for the group to finish. Here we are, Harry noted as he and Fleur stopped in front of the disguised entrance. Good thing we don't need the password. He shared a chuckle with Fleur before slipping his mana into the door. Much like a locksmith didn't need the key to open a lock, Harry bypassed the password by directly undoing the magic that kept the hidden door locked. After you, my lady. He gave Fleur a bow. Merci, Harry? Fleur giggled as she walked into the large prefect bath. Harry followed her inside and used his own magic to seal the door behind them. No one would be able to open the door, even with the password, unless they could overpower his spell. Not likely to happen, given that they were both skipping class to have their shared bath in the middle of the day while everyone else was in classes. Not bad, Harry whistled as he looked around the prefect's bath. It was softly lit by a splendid candle-filled chandelier, and everything was made of white marble, including what looked like an empty, rectangular swimming pool sunk into the middle of the floor. It was surrounded by golden-colored taps, each with a differing jewel set into the handle. There had to be 100 of the faucets surrounding the pool-sized tub. I think I see why the prefects put up with the extra responsibilities now. It'll do, Fleur commented in a faux unimpressed tone. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, and Fleur grinned at him. In short order, the tub was being filled by almost a dozen of the faucets. Different colors of pleasant-smelling waters poured from the taps, and even some bubbles from 2 of them. Harry and Fleur both stripped down without issue. They'd seen all of each other when they'd made love after the Yule Ball. This wasn't anything to be shy about. Harry happily ran his eyes over his girlfriend's body. Taking in Fleur's loveliness would never get old. Absolutely gorgeous, love, Harry complimented, and Fleur preened a little under the praise. She did a little pose for him, showing off her curves and her buxom breasts for him. You look rather handsome yourself, mon amour. Fleur ran her blue eyes over Harry's form appreciatively. He was still in the middle of his growth spurt phase. She could easily see Harry standing 178 centimeters when he was full grown, maybe more. The musculature he'd built up from his artificing was certainly eye candy for the Vila teen. I have to get as much time with you this year as possible, Harry. I don't think Nim and Penny will allow me to monopolize your time like this during the summer. You may be right, Harry chuckled, knowing that Tonks would most certainly be taking every opportunity to get him alone that she could. Penny would most likely be less demanding, but she'd also be the one making absolutely sure they couldn't be interrupted too. He was definitely in for a busy summer, in the best way. The two slipped into the large tub together once it was full and relaxed. The pleasant smell of the soaps and bubbles made for an enjoyable air. Fleur had happily washed Harry's back, pressing her considerable bust into his back while kissing his neck, his cheek, and then capturing his lips. Harry returned the favor by washing Fleur's back and then her long silvery blonde hair. Fleur was humming contently as her love eased his fingers through her locks and massaged her back and shoulders. The couple rose from the tub after a relaxing soak, only to wrap their arms around each other and kiss deeply. Towels from the nearby cupboard were yanked out with a silent and wandless summoning charm. With nary a thought, the towels were spread out into a rectangular shape on the marble floor. Being piled 4 layers high made the impromptu bed rather soft. The two teens sat on the towels and continued to kiss. Lemon scene happened. The couple stayed joined like that for an unknown amount of time, simply too high off of their shared carnal bliss to care about anything but each other. It would only be after they regained themselves that the two realized that they needed another bath to wash the scent of sex off of their bodies. As they washed each other again, Fleur noted that it was a good thing she was protected. A potion? Harry guessed as he massaged her back that he'd just washed. Fleur nodded languidly as she enjoyed his hands on her back and shoulders. It's made especially for Vila in the enclave that my family is part of. This way, we only have children when we're ready. I should have asked beforehand, Harry admitted as he leaned forward and kissed her cheek. I don't think either of us is quite ready for parenthood. It's fine, mon amour. Fleur captured his lips for a second. I was just as lustful as you were. It was amazing. You're amazing. Harry breathed into her ear before kissing her neck softly. If we get all riled up again, then we're not going to leave until dinner. Fleur giggled as she tilted her head to the left to give Harry more access to her neck. Don't tempt me with a good time, love. Harry grinned against her soft skin. They ended up leaving after another hour. Still well before dinner, at least. Tuesday, March 1st. Okay, this is becoming really annoying now. Harry held another letter from one Dolores Umbridge in his hand. Every single day for the last 5 days he'd received a letter from the woman. Each letter said the same thing, or some variation of it. Work for the ministry was the overall message in each letter, and Harry was sick of it. She's not even bothering to be subtle with it. He shook his head as he read over the letter again. This basically states that if I don't work for the ministry, then I'll regret it. Who sends a letter like this to a 4th-year student? I'd be tempted to hex her brains out, but it's clear she doesn't have any. Fleur sniffed disdainfully at the letter in her lover's hand. I might have to pass these off to Nim and let her bring them up to the Aurors. Harry mentioned with a dark grin. I'm sure this constitutes harassment of a minor or something. He stowed the letter away to put it with the others in his hidden workshop. I'm sure the ministry will do an amazing job of handling the case. Fleur's tone couldn't have been more sarcastic if she tried. Sarcasm is quite a talent of yours, love. Harry chuckled at his girlfriend. Thank you. I practice in my spare time. Fleur giggled lightly along with him. Ministry of Magic, Minister's Office. Are you out of your mind, Dolores? Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic of the United Kingdom, balked at what his senior undersecretary had just suggested. He was a somewhat short man, a bit pudgy around the middle, and with a thinning head of hair that had once been a light brown color, now going gray in his age. You want the ministry to confiscate artifacts from the only artificer that our country has had in over a century? Do you know what the papers would do to us if we tried this? He wiped at his forehead with a handkerchief as he felt sweat bead on his skin. That's not even going into how the various enchanters' guilds would react. We could see a mass exodus from Britain of all our magical craftsmen if they believe we're just waiting to take their works from them. Minister, I realize this may seem extreme, but I and many others witnessed what Potter's artifacts are capable of firsthand. Dolores placated with a tone she'd perfected in her time serving as Cornelius' undersecretary. Those artifacts are too dangerous to be left in the hands of a child, especially around other children. It is for the safety of everyone that the ministry should take custody of them, at least until Potter reaches his majority. Powerful they may be, terrifyingly so even, but I'd rather a professional relationship with Artificer Potter as opposed to an antagonistic one. Fudge shook his head. Those Auror batons he made for the DMLE have increased the approval rating of the department spectacularly, and my administration by association, I do not want to risk jeopardizing that. Cornelius, you must see reason, Dolores insisted as she placed down an already filled-out form for the confiscation of dangerous magical objects. This is only temporary, just until Potter reaches his majority. It's only a bit over 2 years. This is merely a safety precaution for the well-being of magical Britain's children. Has he really rejected the idea of working for the ministry when he graduates? Fudge questioned the pink-robed woman. We could offer him good pay at the very least. He's not answered a single one of my letters, Minister. Dolores shook her head with a scowl. I still cannot sign the confiscation order in good conscience, Dolores. Fudge worried as he wiped his forehead again. Perhaps, if I spoke with him directly, he might reconsider? But Cornelius, he's not of the same political leanings as yourself and your supporters. Dolores mentioned with a glint in her eye, what would your political donators think if they saw you trying to make inroads with Potter? But, he's still a boy, Dolores. He has no political leanings. Fudge had gone noticeably pale at the thought of losing the backing of many of the traditionalists of the Wizengamot. The wealthy pureblood families had been good to him in his election campaign. He knew he wouldn't have become minister without their support. I dare say he does, Minister. Dolores pressed onwards. He's involved with that foreign Vila girl from Beaubatons, from what I saw at the second task. That already puts him at odds with your political supporters. Can you imagine what sorts of ideas she's put into his head? We all know magical France is far too lenient in their laws about non-humans. Oh dear. Fudge wiped at his face with his handkerchief. How could he maintain an amicable relationship with Potter and not lose his political support? He was already fending off a lawsuit from Sirius Black about endangering his godson, the very same boy he wanted to have work for the ministry in the future. He felt his options narrowing, like doors closing all around him. He needed to keep at least one door open between himself and Harry Potter. Minister, the form. Dolores pushed the confiscation order towards Fudge. Before anything like that, I'll have Artificer Potter show me this dangerous artifact personally. Fudge stood to his feet as he felt the proverbial Lumos charm light up in his mind. This was a solid plan. He wasn't trying to make political ties or anything, merely checking on the safety of Hogwarts and its students. The public would encourage that. Even better, it would look good on him. At the same time, it didn't infringe upon Potter's rights in any way for a mere inspection, especially in comparison to a confiscation. It was the best of both options. He was sure of it. As you say, Minister. Dolores nodded, and as she took the filled-out confiscation form back, she turned away to hide the ugly scowl on her face. Saturday, March 5th. You've got to be joking. Harry wasn't amused in the slightest, and it showed on his face. I'm afraid not, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore gave him a polite smile, even though it was clear the old man didn't like the situation any more than the young man did. Minister Fudge has requested an inspection of your artifact sword for safety considerations. What a waste of time. Harry leaned back in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk. When is he going to arrive exactly? This afternoon, just after lunch. Dumbledore informed his student with an understanding nod. Fine, I have a complaint to bring up to him anyway. Harry scoffed as he thought about the 5 letters in his possession still. Might I ask what that complaint is, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore questioned with his normal grandfatherly tone and demeanor. Don't worry about it, Harry waved off with a huff. Just one of his employees being a bit too pushy. I'm here to help if you need me, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore offered with a calm look. As a student of Hogwarts, your safety and care is my responsibility while you are within the castle. I appreciate it, Headmaster, but I don't believe this matter will require your considerable influence. Harry chuckled, and the old wizard cracked a smile too. Afternoon, Artificer Potter. Wonderful to finally meet you. Fudge greeted the teenager with a smile. He was wearing his bottle green pinstripe suit, his well-known green bowler hat, and a traveling cloak thrown over his shoulders. Behind him stood two red-robed aurors. A toad-like woman in ugly pink robes was standing just behind and to the left of the Minister for Magic. Harry had no idea who she might be. The auror on the right, Auror Dawlish, according to the badge over his left breast, looked like he'd simply resigned himself to his task for the day. Harry didn't think the middle-aged-looking wizard actually cared about being there. That was still better than the auror on the left, Shacklebolt going by the badge, who seemed to be a single faux pas or mistake by the Minister away from outright face-palming. Harry wondered how often the tall, black wizard had to cater to the Minister and his well-spoken of incompetence, to already look like that upon arrival. Minister Fudge, Harry gave a polite nod to the man. I'm told you have concerns about an artifact of mine? Dumbledore was standing behind him and to the right as chaperone for this meeting. Any meeting like this would normally be held within the headmaster's office. But seeing as Harry's artifact sword was involved, Dumbledore had thought it best to use the largest room in the castle. If need be, they could also exit the castle entirely just through the large doors and a quick walk down the corridor. Yes, probably nothing, but with the safety of the students in mind, I thought it might be for the best, you see? Fudge spoke what sounded like a rehearsed line, and Harry had to stop himself from cocking an eyebrow. What concerns might you have, Minister? Harry asked the man. I'm told it has to do with my artifact sword, correct? Ah, yes, indeed it does, Artificer Potter. Fudge nodded while maintaining a respectful tone. It almost seemed as if the Minister was trying to avoid directly offending him. Would you be able to retrieve it, perchance? That's not necessary, Minister. Harry flicked his storage cloak upwards and pulled the sheathed Ethereum from within it in a smooth motion. To the observers, it merely looked as if Harry pulled the sword off his waist from underneath the cloak. I have it here with me. Very good. Then I hope this will be quick. I wouldn't want to take up too much of your Saturday, of course. Fudge assured with what was clearly a politician's smile. I believe I can assuage all of your worries in short order, Minister Fudge. Harry spoke placidly to the man. He handed the sheathed artifact sword to Fudge, his left hand gripping the scabbard. As he handed it over, when Fudge took it into his hands after a few seconds of staring at it blankly, Harry continued. Ethereum is an artifact sword of the greater grade. It's powerful, and because of that I've taken precautions against it being misused. Precautions? Fudge looked the rather plain-looking sword and scabbard over. Yes, Harry nodded languidly. For example, try drawing the sword first. Well, all right then, Artificer Potter. Fudge looked like this was the last thing he'd been expecting to do today. The Minister took the scabbard into his left hand and the handle of Ethereum into his right. With a slow draw, he pulled the sword free and held it pointing towards the ground. As you can see, it has no automatic ability to conjure anything at all, much less something harmful. Harry pointed out of his sword. If you'd like, feel free to try and cast with it. Cast? Fudge blinked at the teen. Like a wand? Exactly, Minister. Ethereum is a focus as well, Harry confirmed for the man. What should I try and cast? Fudge asked Harry blankly. Whatever you'd like, Minister, Harry replied, even though on the inside he was already sick of dealing with the slow-witted politician. Okay then, Lel Lumos. Fudge held the sword aloft and treated it as if it was a large metal wand. Nothing happened. He looked at Harry dumbly when his spell didn't work. Exactly, Minister Fudge, because you're not me or a descendant of mine. Harry grinned at the flummoxed look on the man's face. Ethereum is bound to my bloodline. It can't be used as a focus by anyone else. he explained and caught the sour look that the toad-like woman shot at him. I see. Fudge blinked at the artifact for a few seconds. That precludes it from being much of a threat to anyone, wouldn't you say? Harry raised an eyebrow at the minister. He took Ethereum and its scabbard back from Fudge, and sheathed the sword again. Hem hem. The pink-clad toad woman fake coughed, and Harry felt a disgusted chill run up his spine. Wouldn't that make your weapon something of a threat to other people that aren't your family? Don't you think it's inappropriate to have such a powerful weapon able to be used against anyone that your family deems an enemy or obstacle? Considering that I apparently have some kind of undead Dark Lord coming after me? No. Harry answered bluntly and was somewhat amused by the way that Fudge's skin paled to a chalky white while the toad woman's face puffed up and became bright red. There is no Dark Lord, undead or otherwise, Dolores stated firmly. The Ministry investigated the World Cup incident and found no proof of any such Dark Lord. She glared at the teen and then at Dumbledore for a brief instant. No matter what lies or fanciful tales you spin, no one will believe that a Dark Lord has risen from the grave. Be that as it may, it's a good segue into the next precaution I've taken with Ethereum. Harry turned the sheathed sword around until the handle was within the pink-robed woman's reach. Try and draw the sword. I'm thinking you'll end up unable to. What? Dolores looked at the offered sword suspiciously. Minister Fudge could draw the sword because he didn't fit into the 2 criteria that would negate him from doing so. Harry informed the woman that he was fairly certain was Dolores Umbridge based solely on her demeanor. You, however, probably fall into both categories from what I've observed. How dare you! Dolores nearly spat as she reached for the handle of the sword. Huh? She stared dumbly as her hand stopped a few centimeters away from the handle. What's going on? She demanded as she tried to force her hand closer and take the handle. You seek to take Ethereum for its power. That's the first prohibition of the intent-based ward. Harry spoke up with a noticeable little smirk. Even my own children couldn't touch this sword if they desired its power for negative reasons. He was clearly implying that Dolores wanted to misuse the sword's power. Are you accusing me of something? Dolores nearly spit at the teenager, only to shriek and reel her hand backwards as the handle she'd attempted to grab sparked with what appeared to be yellow lightning. That would be the second prohibition you just activated. Harry glared at the woman. You sought to harm me or my family. Anyone that attempts such a thing will find Ethereum not only impossible to hold, but will be harmed by the ward as well. He pulled the sheathed artifact sword away from the toad woman with a scowl. Dolores, Fudge turned to stare at the woman incredulously. What were you thinking? I'm innocent, Minister. Dolores denied the accusation. Potter is clearly lying and has just attacked me. You would accuse an artificer of lying about his creation just because you don't like the outcome, Madam Umbridge? Dumbledore questioned the woman as he stepped forward. Harry had to suppress a snicker as Fudge looked between Dumbledore and Dolores. The man looked a few seconds away from panicking. As much as he wouldn't mind seeing the man stumble over whatever excuse he'd come up with, really Harry just wanted this whole meeting to be done. I hope that I've put your worries to rest, Minister Fudge. Harry spoke up over the squabbling between the 3 adults. Well, it was more like Umbridge playing the victim, Fudge making excuses, and Dumbledore looking at both of them like an adult waiting for toddlers to stop arguing. If there's nothing else, I'd like to get back to the plans I had for the rest of the day. Oh. Fudge looked as if he'd almost forgotten that Harry was still there. Yes, Artificer Potter, I'm terribly sorry to have kept you so long. You seem to have the safety of others well in mind when it comes to your artifact. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. He gave a nod to the teen with a strained smile. Good day, Minister. Harry nodded back as he turned and walked towards the doors of the great hall. He stored Ethereum back into his storage cloak safely and shook his head at the waste of time. He'd go with his original plan of turning over Umbridge's letters to Tonks directly. No telling what would happen to them otherwise. Dumbledore was polite but firm as he ushered Fudge, Umbridge, and their Auror escort towards the nearest flue. Dolores was still muttering about what had happened, but Cornelius was all apologies and platitudes towards the old wizard. Seeing them through the green flames of the flue, Dumbledore let out a sigh. It would seem that convincing Cornelius of Voldemort's return would be an uphill battle with people like Dolores around him. Unbeknownst to Harry or Dumbledore, Dolores Umbridge had mentally declared Harry Potter her enemy this day. The conniving woman was already formulating ideas and plans in her head to make Harry suffer. She would not be denied, and the uppity half-blood would learn his place. She'd see his creations confiscated and destroyed, his Vila Whore barred from magical Britain, or maybe they could both have an accident. The vile woman would be a thorn in Harry and family's side for the foreseeable future. Current mana levels: Harry 19,152 Tonks, 14,018 Penelope, 12,214 Fleur, 13,306. Chapter 46, Spear and Communication. Harry was once again in his hidden workshop. The Artificer was working on forging a dragon horn into the proper shape for a spearhead. He'd chosen magical iron to combine the horn with for this first attempt. He hammered the billet into uniformity, evening out the carbon content that the horn added to the magical iron. A dragon steel spearhead sounded like a good start for his first magical spear. Even an artisan like Toshu wouldn't have anything bad to say about something like this, right? Harry mused to himself as he continued to hammer the metal. Once the spearhead was in the shape that Harry wanted it, a fairly standard leaf blade, he grasped it with the tongs and moved it over to a small stone quench tank. This particular one was filled not with oil or dragon blood, but something that was far more foul-smelling, dragon fire sac bile. Dunking the hot metal into the bile, an even more terrible smell emerged, and Harry scrunched up his nose in revulsion. Bloody hell, that's bad. Harry barely kept himself from retching at the stench. Pulling the spearhead out of the quench, Harry sat it on a metal rack to finish cooling. While he waited for the first prototype to cool, he'd wash off a bit and then go back to the project that had been stumping him for quite a long time now. He'd not given up on it yet, but he'd checked over everything he could think of for the item in question. Nothing worked, and yet the charm work was sound. I'll figure them out, Harry thought as he washed his face in the sink. There's got to be something I'm missing, something about the charms or the materials that makes them work when all the others failed. Harry entered the workshop and moved to sit at his desk. He opened one of the drawers and pulled out a notebook and a stack of parchment. Spreading out the parchments and flipping the notebook open again, Harry began checking over his notes and looking through all of his previous attempts again. He was going to crack the communication mirrors, one way or another. Almost 3 hours later, and Harry was rubbing his temples in frustration. It seemed that no matter which way he came at the problem, everything checked out. The charms worked together for the single working pair. The material was just common glass, treated to be made into a mirror. There was nothing magical about the items at all. Only the charms they were both enchanted with gave them their ability. So why couldn't it be replicated? Harry had been practically bashing his head against a wall for over a year on this, and was still no closer to an answer. I guess you'll remain a mystery for another day. Harry grimaced as he packed up all of the notes and stored them away in the drawer in his desk again. He stood up and stretched, getting a satisfying pop in the process. It was almost lunchtime, so he'd head down to the Great Hall and meet up with Fleur. Afterwards, he'd write to Penny and Tonks. Maybe they'd have some ideas about the mirrors. The next day, Harry was lightly humming to himself as he carved a wooden pole to make the haft of his spear. This first prototype wouldn't have too many magical parts to it. No sense in going through all of the effort if it was just going to fail in some way. If it didn't fail, then he could add more to the prototype and test it again. He really should be thankful for champion privileges that let him skip basically all of his classes. He only went to Defense Against the Dark Arts these days to learn some useful spells or information from Remus. Once this is done, it'll be time for some testing. Harry grinned as he smoothed out the wood some more. He wanted the prototype to fit comfortably in his hands after all. "Can I watch?" Luna asked from where she was doing her homework during her free period. "If you stay with Fleur," Harry grinned at the petite blonde. After hearing about his plans to graduate early, Luna had taken to spending some more time in the hidden workshop with Harry. She wanted to have more time with him this year so that when he graduated she'd not feel like she missed out. Harry reassured her that they could still chat through letters, and he'd even visit on Hogsmeade days occasionally. The spacey, moon-eyed witch liked that and had even given him a hug for it. That afternoon, after classes had ended, Harry, Fleur, and Luna were out on the grounds in the early spring weather. The temperature was still chilly, but the snow had slowly receded in the last couple weeks. Only light dustings fell on Hogwarts in the last few nights. Harry was smiling as he held his first magic spear prototype. Fleur could only look on amused at her lover and his joy at creating and testing things. Luna was smiling to match Harry as she watched on. First test is to see if it has a fire conjuration ability, since it was quenched in firesack bile. Harry spoke aloud, and the dictaquill floating in the air a few meters away transcribed the dictation into the notebook that was floating with it. Harry let his mana flow through the wood of the haft and into the metal spearhead. The spearhead didn't change or start spouting fire, but Harry felt something happening. A little more mana and a heat haze began to emanate from the dragon steel. Harry frowned slightly as he channeled more mana into the spearhead. It was proving to be a rather costly item to empower from a magical strength perspective. Rather stubborn, aren't you? Harry mused of his newest creation as he finally saw the steel change color and glow red from the heat it was producing. Note, the spearhead takes far more mana to empower its effect than other items. This could be the result of using a horn to forge it, rather than a fang. The firesack bile does, however, impart heat generation into the dragon's steel quenched in it. He listened to the scratches of the quill on the notebook as he kept the mana flowing to see if the heat would increase over time. Is it always like this? Luna questioned Fleur as they watched Harry test his new creation. More often than not. Fleur looked down at the shorter girl with a grin. Harry won't let anyone else touch his new prototypes until he's tested them out a bit first. She gave Luna a side hug with a grin. The smaller girl reminded her of Gabby a little bit. It's for safety concerns, which is good, but sometimes it's just better for someone else to be here, so that if something goes wrong, then we can help. Has anything ever gone wrong? Luna tilted her head curiously. Only a few surprises so far, Fleur assured the third-year girl. There have been no catastrophic failures yet at any rate. Still not producing fire, huh? Harry asked his spear with a chuckle. Well, let's try stabbing something with you and see what happens. With a wave of his storage cloak, a wooden dummy landed on the ground next to him. Harry moved back a few paces and took the still hot spear into both hands. He stabbed forward, and the spearhead pierced through the dummy easily. The wood began to smolder quickly as it blackened, and Harry pulled the spear back. Looking between the spearhead and the damage to the dummy, Harry made note of the burns on the wood. It seemed the spear might not throw fire around, but the heat was significant enough to help its ability to pierce a target. Interesting. Harry quickly spoke his thoughts to the dictaquill so the instrument would write it all down. Harry reset his position in front of the wooden dummy, then stabbed forward again. The result was the same. Over and over again, the spearhead would pierce the wood, burn it, and then Harry would remove it. Next, he cocked back the spear and swung it in a wide arc, looking to slice the dummy along the torso. The hot blade slashed through, sending chips of smoking wood off from the target. Harry quickly had the note added to the notebook about the slashing capabilities of the spearhead. He made a few more slashes with the spear, right to left and left to right, and noticed the same result each time. All right then, let's try another user. He turned to look at Fleur and Luna. Luna, Fleur, could you come over here? The two girls moved closer until they were standing next to Harry. Luna looked curious, but Fleur had a calculating look in her eyes. She was probably already puzzling out why he'd called them over. Harry smiled as he handed the spear to Luna. What do you want me to do with this, Harry? Luna questioned as she held the spear. Well, I need to see if this spearhead works with others the same way it does with me. You have less total mana, and I want to see how you feel when you try to use it. His eyes met Fleur's next. Fleur has a very strong affinity towards fire because she's a Vila, so once you give me your feedback, then I'm going to see how the spearhead reacts to Fleur's magic. Okay. Luna smiled as she got a feel for the weight of the weapon. Harry and Fleur watched the third year line up the spear first, and then her face took on a more focused look. For several moments, she kept the look on her face, and Harry watched her while glancing at the spearhead. After almost a minute, the dragon steel began to glow red from the heat, and Luna stabbed the spear into the wooden dummy. The blade passed into the wood, burnt it, and Luna withdrew it a second later. The new hole smoked for a short time before it cooled off. That was like trying to cast a really powerful spell. Luna informed Harry as she set the butt of the spear on the ground. I don't think I could use this more than a couple of times. She shook her head, sending her blonde locks swaying from the motion. I figured, Harry sighed as he took the spear back. For some reason, it's a much greater mana cost to use than the other items I've made. He smiled as Fleur accepted the weapon and held it carefully as she looked it over. One moment, Fleur requested, as she began to pour her mana into the spearhead. The Vila felt as her mana was accepted into the weapon, and noted the amount it was taking and the effort she had to use to push it along. It accepts my mana easily enough, but it still takes more willpower to get it to move through the spearhead. She relayed her experience to Harry. The Artificer quickly added her findings to the notebook. Let's try this. Fleur poured far more of her mana into the spear, and the red glow became orange and then yellow. Hot enough that I'd worry about the dragon steel being compromised, yet still no flames. Harry noted as Fleur withdrew her mana, and the spearhead began to cool down slowly. How interesting. He made sure to write down his observations. Should I try it again, Harry? Fleur questioned as she held the spear at the ready while motioning to the wooden dummy. I'd actually like to compare the normal penetrative power versus your more intense heat version. Harry stomped his foot on the ground and a pillar of soil rose up. A quick transfiguration and the dirt became stone. Very well. Fleur pushed her mana back into the spearhead. The metal heated up again, going through the red, orange, and finally into the yellow spectrum as the dragon steel was pushed to near its limit. Ha! She thrust the spear forward and the stone parted around the superheated blade. Fleur pulled it back, and Harry noted that the stone had stopped the spearhead about 2/3 of the way up the blade. Better than I was expecting. Harry examined the hole in the stone and took a few notes. Try tossing it at the wall over there. He pointed to the closest wall, about 6 meters from them. I'm curious as to how long it can maintain its temperature once cut off from a source of external mana. Fleur changed her grip on the spear, filled it with her mana to get the heat just as high as it had been before, and then threw it to the best of her ability. The yellow-hot blade traveled through the air and sank into the stone wall. The wooden haft of the spear shook slightly as the weapon stopped. Harry was quick to walk over to inspect the results. Luna and Fleur followed after him to see what had become of the spearhead. Much deeper this time, Harry noticed, as he saw how deeply the spear was lodged into the ancient wall of the castle courtyard. The extra strength of the throw helped, but it looks like the haft has been burned this time. He mentioned the blackening of the wood. Putting his notebook away for now, he took hold of the spear and attempted to remove it from the wall. Attempted. Come on. Harry pulled harder on the haft, a little stuck. He dug his heels into the ground and pulled harder. Would you like some help, Harry? Luna offered her friend with a smile. It's really not budging. Harry placed both feet against the wall as he pulled against the spear. Careful, mon amour. Fleur cautioned only for a cracking sound to be heard, and Harry fell to the ground with the haft in hand. For that. She sighed as Harry rubbed his back while getting back to his feet. I think you're missing something. Luna pointed to the end of the spear. Harry and Fleur both noticed that the spearhead was broken off from the haft. Ah, bloody hell. Harry grimaced at the state of the spear. The spearhead itself was the only inherently magical part, but he'd taken the time to carve out the haft himself. Can you retrieve the spearhead? Fleur looked at the wall unsurely. She didn't believe that Harry could get back his creation. I might need to excavate this part of the wall, Harry suggested with his hand on his chin. Wouldn't that be against the rules? Luna asked curiously. I don't think Hermione would like that very much. Luna, would you like some pudding? Harry smiled at the petite girl. Yes. Luna nodded at the question. She enjoyed pudding both as a dessert and occasionally for a snack. Fleur, would you like to have pudding with Luna? Harry looked at his lover with a teasing grin. Yes, yes, Fleur giggled as she took Luna's hand and the two blondes began to walk back towards the castle proper. We'll be in the Great Hall. Don't get caught with your rule-breaking. Yes, dear, Harry drawled with a playful roll of his eyes. He felt a ball of mana pop against the back of his head a second later and chuckled at Fleur's retaliation. Now, how to take out this section and get my spearhead back? He looked thoughtfully at the stone wall. Flint Manor. Lucius, Voldemort hissed at the pale blonde man. How good of you to finally join me. My lord, Lucius kneeled before his old master. I am beside myself with joy at your return. He fell to the floor, screaming and thrashing in pain. The feeling of white-hot knives trailing along every inch of his skin made thinking impossible as he suffered under the Cruciatus curse. Spare me your platitudes and lies, Lucius. Voldemort raised his wand and ended the torture curse. You knew I had returned. You knew the instant that Death Eaters appeared at the World Cup. The angry hiss in the Dark Lord's voice spoke of his deep displeasure. Yet you hid. You did nothing to rejoin your master's side. My lord, please. Lucius panted as his body spasmed in agony. Silence. Voldemort used his very will and intent to throw the downed Lucius across the floor. The man lay still and tried not to whimper from the pain. For a decade I held on to life, barely corporeal, every moment feeling like I was slipping away. My followers abandoned me. Only when I found a desperate man, willing to aid me, did I begin my return. And yet, when I finally return to my homeland, even after I make my presence known once more, what do you all do? Please. Lucius tried to beg. You ignore me. Voldemort thundered, and all of the Death Eaters present flinched at his rage. You betray your oaths to me. You act as if you have no loyalty to me. Did you all not swear yourselves to me and my cause? I will do anything, my lord. Lucius offered as he prostrated himself before the Dark Lord. You're lucky that you still have the minister's ear, Lucius. Voldemort's threat was still clear as he rolled his wand between his fingers. See to it that the fool doesn't make things easy for the DMLE to try and counter me before I rebuild our forces. Yes, my lord. Lucius didn't move from his prostrated position. It will be done. Leave my sight, Lucius. Voldemort glared with hateful red eyes as the head of the Malfoy family limped and stumbled out of the room. Voldemort stood from his chair and with a single motion was left alone as all of the gathered Death Eaters hurried away. The Dark Lord headed for the study he'd taken over to continue his work. Nothing would stand in his way. Not fate, nor any prophecy, and certainly no mere boy. He'd not liked seeing Harry Potter become like his most respected of ancestors. An artificer of the boy's skill and talent had not been seen in magical Britain in centuries. It made him an obstacle that Voldemort would need to do away with regardless. Soon enough, Harry Potter. The Dark Lord promised in his mind as he looked at the tome on the desk. Borgin had come through, on pain of death, but he'd acquired what Voldemort sought. He ran his hand over the gnarled cover with a twisted glee. This was a tome of truly powerful magic, the kind of ancient and dark magic that would see the world crushed under his foot. Commutationibus cum tenebris, Hogwarts. Saturday, March 18th. Penny doesn't have any ideas for the mirrors either. Harry sighed at the ongoing mystery. You'll enjoy Tonks's suggestion. Fleur laughed as she handed over the letter from the metamorph. Harry read over what Tonks had sent him. He got to the part where she offered her suggestion for figuring out the mirrors and bit back a snort. The fun-loving Auror had suggested smashing them if they weren't so valuable. In Tonks's opinion, anything that caused this much annoyance deserved to be smashed. He shook his head at the letter and smiled warmly at the loving words that came after the suggestion. It's too bad I can't just smash them. Harry exhaled heavily. Maybe the pieces would still work and we could all just have a fragment? Would they actually still work if you broke them? Fleur cocked a delicate eyebrow. Breaking the item usually renders the charms on it inoperable too. That's the problem. I can't undo the charms without knowing why they work together. Harry looked contemplative with his cheek resting on his palm. It would be so much easier if I could just cut both of them in half and give 1/4 to each of you. At the very least, we'd all be able to stay in contact then. True. What's got you thinking? Fleur switched her train of thought quickly when she saw Harry's eyes widen and a gleam begin to shine in them. I'm not sure, but if it's possible. Harry stood up and began to pace. It would be ridiculous, but not impossible. If it was the same, though. He mumbled to himself for a bit, and Fleur watched on confused. Harry, would you like to share your thoughts? Fleur asked her lover with a tilt of her head. I need to ask Remus something. Harry headed for the door to the hidden workshop. It might be the reason the mirrors work. What? Fleur jumped out of her seat and followed after him quickly. What in the world did you just think of? Connection! Harry laughed as he made his way down a flight of stairs. That doesn't really answer my question, Fleur called out exasperatedly to him while trying to keep up. Remus Lupin, the first Defense Against the Dark Arts professor to last more than a year in over 40 years at Hogwarts, was enjoying a quiet Saturday in his quarters. He had some good coffee, his grading was done for the week, and he had gotten in a new book to read earlier in the week. It was shaping up to be a very relaxing weekend. Bam, Remus! Harry yelled as he slammed the classroom door into the wall. Ha! Shouldn't have jinxed it. Remus shook his head as he stood up from his chair and headed for the door to his quarters. As soon as he opened the door, he was nearly run over by his surrogate nephew. Harry? Remus! Harry's eyes were practically shining as he held onto the front of the werewolf's robes. The mirrors! Where did you get them? Did they come from the same shop? Did they come together as a set? What are you talking about, Harry? Remus placed his hands onto the teen's shoulders to try and calm him down. The communication mirrors, Harry spoke after a deep breath. Where did you get the pair that worked? They were just a pair of travel mirrors that James picked up from Diagon Alley one summer. Why? Remus asked after a moment to actually remember where the marauders had gotten the 2 mirrors. They came as a set? Harry questioned with his green eyes looking almost manic. You're sure? Yes, as far as I'm aware. Remus nodded to the question. That might be why they work and all the others didn't. Harry informed the man with a wild grin. They may not be just a pair. They might have been made from the same piece of glass. They might be 2 parts of a whole. Connection, Fleur gasped, now understanding what Harry was getting at. Miss Delacour, when did you get here? Remus blinked, only now noticing the Vila teen standing at the doorway. I can make glass. Harry mumbled to himself as Fleur and Remus greeted each other properly. I'd have to look up the process of making a mirror, but that shouldn't be too complicated. If this works, it'll revolutionize communication across the magical world. Harry? Remus still looked slightly lost, but he was catching up quickly. Mon amour, are you about to change the magical world again? Fleur gave a faux huff of exasperation with her lover. It's what I do, apparently. Harry laughed as he pulled her into a hug. Just thinking about how much a single pair could be sold for boggles the mind. Remus mentioned as he too was looking thoughtful now. It's a secure private line from one mirror to its twin. No possibility of the ministry listening in like the flu, and no flu powder to keep buying. If I make them, though, Harry had a grin on his face, I could tie them all to a central hub with the right runic sequences. I could do what the Muggle phone companies do and charge monthly. He remembered from his childhood the few times that Vernon had been annoyed by the cost of a long-distance call that he'd had to make for his work. If they don't pay their bill, we just disconnect the mirror from the hub and it doesn't contact anyone anymore. Mon amour. Fleur wrapped her arms around Harry's shoulders from behind and kissed his cheek. I do believe that you're about to start the first new business empire the magical world has seen in a long time. She pressed her body flush against his back. I'll need the money to rebuild the Potter family finances and spoil the 3 of you rotten, right? Harry teased his lover as he turned in her arms to face her and captured her lips. I would not be opposed to that. Fleur giggled as their lips separated. You both remember that I'm in the room, right? Remus spoke up as he saw the looks the 2 teens were giving each other. And that these are my private quarters, yes? We'll just be going then. Harry laughed as he took Fleur's hand and they headed out the door. I'll let you know how the tests go, Remus. I'll make sure you get a lucrative cut, too. I don't need. Remus trailed off as the classroom door closed behind the pair. Horny teenagers. The werewolf shook his head. Harry was an interesting mix of James and Sirius with his girlfriends, but he'd rather not dwell on that. He'd put this excitement from his mind for a bit and just go enjoy his book and coffee. Current mana levels, Harry. 19,384 Tonks, 14,562 Penelope, 12,546 Fleur, 13,547. Mirrors and secrets. This was much easier than making my own. Harry chuckled as he looked over the large mirror he'd bought and had delivered to Wood End Cottage. Taylor had brought it to him at Hogwarts, and now he could begin his tests. Since he wasn't making an artifact, he could use pre-made materials for the communication mirror project. He used his magic to separate the large mirror into 36 equally sized squares. He took 2 of them over to his desk and began inscribing the backs with the runic sequences he had worked out. These sequences would be the equivalent of the charm work that had been done on the original pair by the Marauders. This would ensure the ability to tie more of them together without having to undo and reapply the charms each time. Imprinting a name into the sequences was slightly challenging, but Harry had figured out harder things with runes. The name of the owner would be the phone number for each mirror in this first private set he was making. If all the tests worked perfectly, then the public ones would be given actual numbers assigned to each mirror when they were sold. Here you go, Fleur. Harry levitated a completed mirror over to his Vila girlfriend. She'd been going over her homework in a comfy, transfigured chair on the opposite side of the hidden workshop while he tinkered with the mirrors. Thank you, Harry. Fleur took the floating mirror out of the air. She looked at the mirror, seeing her reflection as normal. With a grin, she decided to try activating it. Harry Potter. It's buzzing! Harry cheered as he picked up his own mirror to answer her call. Hello, love. Glad you called. He smiled cheekily to the image of Fleur he now saw in his mirror. You're full of it. Fleur smiled at Harry through the mirror in her hand. But I suppose this proves that the charm work was sound the whole time. It really was just the necessity of the mirrors being part of the same original piece of glass. That's what was stumping me for so long, Harry admitted as he ended the mirror call and looked at Fleur directly. All the charms checked out, no matter how I went about altering them. They failed when I strayed too far from the successful method. I can't believe it took me so long to consider that the mirrors might have been part of a single piece before they were cut. To be fair, Fleur gave him a reassuring smile. None of us thought about it either. Even Remus and Sirius didn't, and they helped make them. That's true, still. Harry shook his head ruefully. I really feel like I should have thought of it with how long I've been working on this in my spare time. Who are the other 34 of these mirrors going to? Fleur changed the subject to make sure Harry didn't get into a mood. Tonks and Penny, of course. Harry stated instantly before adopting a thoughtful look. Sirius, Remus, and I'm sure Tonks will want her parents to have one each. So Andromeda and Ted. Penny will want her parents to have at least one. So Edward, too. I could give one or a pair to your parents as well. Maybe not Gabby just yet. He shot her a teasing grin, knowing that if her little sister had a way to contact her instantly, then Fleur would be stuck to her mirror listening to the energetic young girl all day. No, Gabby is a bit young to have her own personal communication mirror just yet. Fleur gave him a look, and Harry snickered. I could give one to Luna, Hermione, Mandy, and Padma. Then they could not only chat with each other, but to us when they want to. Harry mused as he counted off the number of mirrors in the first batch and how many people he'd be willing to let onto this private line. Perhaps you should give one to King Erdan as well? Fleur suggested to her boyfriend. The dwarves are your staunchest allies in the coming conflict with Voldemort. Not a bad idea, Harry nodded. It was easy to see the benefit of having instant, secure communication between allies. I'd probably give one to Drad as well, then. That's 17 already. One more, and you have half of the current set you're planning to make. Fleur noted after counting in her head for a second. I could hold on to the rest for later. Harry shrugged before a teasing grin crossed his face. Maybe they'll be presents for our children when they're old enough? Harry! Fleur laughed joyfully, a beaming smile on her lips. We're still many years from having children of our own. The mirrors aren't going anywhere, Harry shrugged with a chuckle. Thoughts for the future and all that. A wonderful future it will be. Fleur smiled lovingly at him. With you girls it can't be anything else. Harry smiled back warmly. You should finish the mirrors you have planned out before we get sidetracked again. Fleur giggled before returning to her homework. I could go either way. Harry laughed before turning his attention back to the mirrors and beginning the process of inscribing another 15 with the proper runic sequences to add it to the private line he was making. He'd have Taylor deliver them once he was done. The elf would probably be so excited to do a special task that she'd be dancing around Wood End Cottage. Nocturne Alley. You're joking, right? A hooded wizard whispered gruffly to the person sitting across from him in the dim light of the dingy pub. I assure you that I'm not. The other person, a woman by the voice, completely cloaked and face hidden, replied, You're not likely to find anyone to take on such a contract. The hooded man stated flatly, Only a fool throws their life away. He's merely a boy, the cloaked woman insisted. The day Harry Potter is referred to as a mere boy is the day I eat my boots. He shot back with a rough growl. There isn't enough gold in Gringotts for most any wizard to take on the contract you're proposing. I merely wish him to have a small accident is all. The woman reminded the man. Accidents aren't reliable for what you really want. The hooded wizard remarked gruffly. You can ask others, but you'll be told the same from all but the dumbest and most incompetent. I never expected such cowardice from. The witch was cut off when she saw the tip of a wand pointed at her from within the hooded wizard's sleeve. I'd watch your words, the man advised with a cold tone. You wouldn't be the first person seeking my services that ended up disappearing. I'll just be on my way. The witch slowly stood up. You should be. The wizard agreed, and the cloaked witch practically fled from the dirty pub and into the night. Egypt Giza, disgusting, a man muttered while gazing into the distance. I understand, but you need to focus on the plan. Another man spoke to him. It is bad enough that the land is desecrated and destroyed more and more as the years pass, but why do we allow them to defile that which we hold sacred? The first man nearly spat as he glared at what went unseen by the non-magical. They will learn their lesson once the work is done. The second man answered, even though he too wore a scowl. Filthy goblins and their greed, we used to kill grave robbers like them and their wizard helpers. The first man looked through the concealing spells and wards without issue. What he glared at was another Gringotts expedition to plunder gold and valuables from the tombs that the non-magical could never hope to find because of the ancient magics that protected them. Let's get back to work. Once we finish, then we'll be one step closer to taking back what was stolen from us. The second man walked away after one last glare at the concealed plundering. The two men, both dressed in plain clothes that wouldn't stand out even among the local population of non-magical people, entered their own magically concealed area. On large blocks of limestone were hieroglyphics, like what would be found in the ruins that Egypt was now famous for. The only difference was that these blocks were newly hewn by magic, and the hieroglyphs weren't ancient. The two men began to carve more of the ancient glyphs into the large limestone blocks with familiarity that came from a lifetime of growing up learning a language. Around them were dozens more people, all similarly dressed in plain clothes, and all of them carving hieroglyphs into their own large limestone blocks. He's not trying to interfere with us, right? One man, who appeared to be in charge of this group, asked a woman that had seemingly appeared from thin air. No, he seems uninterested. His attention is briefly taken away from his own interests on occasion, but he has made no moves to interfere with us. The woman gave a short bow to the man. Good. The last thing we need is to run afoul of him. The man in charge nodded with an almost relieved sigh. Hasn't that old mummy turned to dust yet? A much younger man questioned with a grimace from where he was carving hieroglyphs into his own limestone block. No, he doesn't age as long as he holds his stone, you know this. The man snapped a sharp gaze onto the speaker. Until the work is done, we must be wary of him. When we have all completed our tasks, we won't have to hide anymore, right? The younger man questioned. No, my son, the man in charge assured the younger man. Once the work is done, the world will be as it should once more. I look forward to that day, father. The young man went back to his inscribing with determination. Lidikoro, Greece. This is taking longer than I would have thought. A woman hummed as she looked out the window towards Mount Olympus. It's a multi-generational task, and we're nearing the end of it. How do you think our ancestors felt the last couple of centuries? Another woman cocked an eyebrow at the first before sipping her drink. I didn't know how much etching, carving, and inscribing we'd have to do just to finish. The first woman sighed heavily. Doing it all in secret and preserving everything is also tiring. That may be true, but you want to see the change too, right? The second woman asked rhetorically. Of course, the people have forgotten everything they used to hold sacred. This will correct that. The first woman answered anyway before downing the last of her drink. We're close now. It won't be too much longer. The other woman also finished her drink. The temple will be done soon, and our end will be upheld. Only took how many centuries? The first woman stood up from the table. Sleep, you'll feel better in the morning. The second woman urged her as they both headed for bed. Santa Fe, New Mexico. The whole place is fucked. A weathered old man exhaled a cloud of cigarette smoke. So you keep saying, but I don't see much of a problem. A younger man replied as he levitated 2 glasses of liquor over to them. What's wrong with bringing back what was lost? This place isn't prepared for what will happen. The older man replied as he accepted his glass. Though I guess no place is technically prepared. Blame the Makusa. Aren't they the ones that screwed up first? The young man sipped his alcohol with a shrug. Maybe, but this problem dates back way before the Makusa was founded. The old man shook his head. Honestly, this started because we couldn't keep up with the non-magical. We declined and couldn't do anything to preserve what the world had. He took a deep drink and let the liquor burn its way down his throat. The history of our species never was peaceful, magical or non-magical. We're still human, and humans are always out for ourselves. The younger man sighed. The tribes are all a part of this too. They had to hide just like us, and then they lost everything they couldn't hide away with magic. You two started without me? A young woman complained as she walked across the rooftop the 2 men were sitting on. Can't a girl be a little late and not be left out? Little late. The older man chuckled. We agreed to meet almost an hour ago. I was busy. The woman waved him off. She pulled a chair over to herself and sat down. Thanks. She accepted a glass of liquor levitating in front of her. So, you two were talking about the plan? Yeah, the old man says the place is fucked. The younger man motioned to the older. He's probably right, the woman nodded as she sipped her booze. If what we think will happen does come to pass, this whole area is in for a lot more rain than it could possibly prepare for. Humans are adaptable. They'll make do. The younger man rocked back his chair and the legs tilted until he was reclining. The chair perfectly held in place with a mere whim by the wizard. Not all of them, but at this point, if we don't do something, there won't be enough of us left to do anything. The old man took another drag of his cigarette. You're not wrong. The young woman agreed as she looked up at the stars. I wouldn't be hanging out with you two if I had more options. Love you too, sis. The younger man fake laughed. You know you can find a young man for yourself anywhere. You don't have to stay around here to keep your old man company. The older man looked at the woman. It's no big deal, Dad. The young woman waved it off. Not like apparating is difficult. Finding a man that isn't a boring idiot is the hard part. Not a single one of the last few I've looked into even care about the state of things. It's like they're all blind, even with magic. Sounds about right. The old man downed the last of his glass before levitating the bottle over to himself. In many places around the world, similar conversations were being held. Wizards and witches from all walks of life spoke of secret work. The various groups across the many regions and countries of the world all held a single goal in common. The magical hid from the non-magical. In some places they separated so thoroughly that a modern wizard didn't know how to interact or survive in the non-magical world. But other magicals hid themselves from even their own magical brethren, living in the non-magical world without issue, nothing to suggest they were magical at all unless you already knew. These were the ones that spoke of this secret work. They were the ones that saw a need for a change in the current situation. Incidentally, neither the Dark Lord Voldemort nor Harry Potter knew anything about these people. In the scale of the entire world, the two fated foes didn't really matter much, but both would come to play a role in the secret work that these hidden wizards and witches spoke of only amongst themselves. It would be their conflict that would set the gears into motion. But they wouldn't know that until it was already happening. Hogwarts, Friday, March 24th. This should work, I believe. Harry nodded at the cube of granite sitting in his hidden workshop. It was a full cubic meter of the durable stone and would be the basis of Harry's first prototype hub. He just needed to measure it out for any alterations he might need to make based on the runic sequence he'd developed for it to connect multiple mirrors together. "Anything I can do to help, Harry?" Penny's voice came from the communication mirror propped up on the desk. "Possibly," Harry smiled at her. "If I go with the slot idea, it'll make it easier to connect and disconnect mirrors, but that would mean limiting the usable surface of the stone. But it will also save you time on building a device from scratch." Penny reminded him of the other idea he'd had. "Making a case to act as a hub is more labor-intensive, but I'd have more control of its form and could potentially make it more efficient." Harry hummed as he looked at the large cube of stone. The two ideas both had their merits and their drawbacks. It was why he decided to go with the least labor-intensive option first. You can always make a case in your spare time, then test out which is the better option. Penny replied with a gentle smile. "You don't have to make a final decision before even making the first prototype." "True, true," Harry nodded to himself. "You're quite the assistant, Penny." "I try, Harry." Penny chuckled at her boyfriend. "Ah, right. Did my suggestion for extending the anti-magic field pan out?" Harry faced the mirror fully. "It did up to a point." Penny gave a lopsided smile. "It extended the range farther than what I was doing, but it still becomes unstable far too quickly." "Damn." Harry huffed slightly. "I was sure that passing runic sequence would have worked." "It's the nature of the design, I think." Penny mused thoughtfully on her side of the mirror call. "I need something that is stable, but also doesn't interrupt the connection between the other runestones. I'll try and write something up later on." Harry promised as he racked his brain to figure out a potential fix for Penny's array, if only we could keep the stones in physical contact with each other. But that brings up entirely new problems, and far too many of them. Penny sighed as well. She'd thought of the idea to keep the stones in contact with each other, but she'd literally have to start over from square one if she was going to deal with all of the different issues that would cause. Not to mention that would make her array more cumbersome since it was ward magic. The more parts to a ward, the more physical parts were required. If all of those parts had to remain in direct contact with each other too, then her anti-magic field would never be bigger than about 2 square meters at best. "Which is why you're taking a break to help me with this project, yes?" Harry chuckled at her. "I appreciate it, love." "Happy to help, Harry. You know that." Penny beamed at him. "So what kind of array are you looking at for the hub?" "I've basically reworked the charms to act as if the hub is another mirror. If the sequence works, then one mirror will reach out to the hub first. The hub will connect to that mirror, find the number of the mirror it's trying to reach, and then connect the two once it finds the corresponding number." Harry explained the basic nature of the runic sequence. "So the pairing sequence is still there, but you've added a sequence to search and one to connect and disconnect. You'll still need a part of the mirror that way, won't you?" Penny cocked her head slightly at the method. "Not exactly." Harry shook his head, but didn't look completely convinced of his own sequence's viability. "Glass is mostly made of silica sand, which comes from decayed granite. If I tweak the sequence enough, which is probably going to be a nightmare in and of itself, then the pairing sequence should recognize the hub as a mirror. I can physically connect more hubs together with bars of granite as long as I get the proper sequence figured out. It would just be a different method of making circuits to pass the enchantments through them. You don't seem entirely convinced, Harry. Penny noticed his troubled look. It's completely new territory for this type of thing. Harry laid out his concerns to his girlfriend. I can't know for sure how well any of this will work, or if it will at all. There's not much point in selling the communication mirrors without them being able to connect with the others. I can't exactly make a mirror large enough to give every witch and wizard in the world a mirror of their own. Maybe tweak the sequence for quartz instead? Penny suggested after a few moments of silent thinking. If I remember correctly, then quartz is also part of granite. As a crystal, it might take to magic better than sand or stone. Huh. Harry perked up. There's an idea. He nodded as he went over his knowledge of runecraft. I'd have to look up some things. Definitely need to do research directly on crystals in runecraft. Still, it could be a better medium to use for the array. Better material would mean he could implement a more complex array that did exactly what he wanted it to. Sure, he still needed to research the exact sequences he'd need to make said array, but it would be doable. You're as brilliant as ever, love. Thank you, Harry. Penny giggled at him. The two spent the next few hours talking and working out runic sequences to try out for the hub. Harry also decided to put in an order through the Owl Post for various types of quartz to perform tests on. Maybe I should order some magical gems and crystals while I'm at it? I have used up most of the sage quartz already, plus the azurite and frost azurite aren't going to get any cheaper. Flint Manor. My Death Eaters, I have a task for you. Voldemort spoke with a cool tone that still made most of them prepare for the worst. We must bolster our numbers. His red eyes swept over the assembled wizards. Find those who are of like minds to our cause. They need not be powerful or especially intelligent. If they can raise their wand in service to me, then that will suffice for now. Until we gain the strength to free my most loyal from within Azkaban's walls, we will make do with numbers. Yes, my lord. All of the Death Eaters kneeled before the Dark Lord. Go now. Your task begins immediately. Voldemort hissed out, and all of the Death Eaters stood before rushing towards the door. None of them wanted to be the last one out, lest they raise their lord's anger and have his ire focused on them. Lucius Malfoy was one of the very first members out of the hall and heading for the flue. While he headed for the fireplace in the entryway, his mind was racing. This task, it was unlike anything the Dark Lord had asked for back in the last war. He'd been selective then, only wanting wizards and witches of power, influence, and skill. Why would he suddenly decide to rely on sheer numbers when such things could be overcome by wizards like Dumbledore? He couldn't understand it. No point in thinking about it now. Lucius shook his head before throwing the flue powder into the flames and watching them turn green. He called out his private flue in the study at Malfoy Manor and vanished into the green flames. If the Dark Lord wanted dumb muscle, then he knew several places to get it. In the study that Voldemort had claimed for himself, he once more flipped open the gnarled tome of ancient dark magics. He read over the pages that he'd translated with a dark smirk upon his lips. He needed more numbers, yes, that was true. But if the siege of Azkaban went well enough and he regained his truly loyal followers once more, then he had another purpose for the fools that his Death Eaters would collect. Anima commutationem, vocatio et manifestatio. The more I sacrifice, the more I gain in return. Voldemort had a cold smile on his lips as he read the title of the section. With these magics at his command, he'd strike out against his foes with a force they couldn't hope to match. There would be no need to hide from anyone anymore. Sssss! Nagini hissed at Voldemort, and the Dark Lord let out a humorless chuckle. Yes, it's merely too bad that it is a ritual. I'll have to prepare all the rites myself, lest the power I gain have loyalty to someone else. That will take a rather long time, given the size of the area I'd need to cover. I'll also require the proper land to perform the ritual on as well. But it will all be worth it as I take my place as the greatest wizard to ever live. Voldemort hissed back in Parseltongue to his Horcrux. That would be the first thing he dealt with once he had more followers as well. He'd not become mere wisps in shadow again. He'd never be so weakened and desperate for the rest of his immortal life. But this tome, It was proving to be a fount of resources to him. All he needed were a few more sacrifices, and he'd be able to alter his already made Horcruxes. His homunculus form had been created and strengthened with a great deal of work and time. He would not risk losing it, as he had his original body. He flipped further into the book before finding the pages he'd seen previously. Phylacterium nexum. I will never die, no matter how you might try to kill me, Harry Potter. Voldemort thought with utter surety. After all, with all of his Horcruxes, he could spare one or two to kill his enemies. Current mana levels, Harry? 19,504 Tonks, 14,912 Penelope, 12,764 Flare, 13,702. Chapter 48. Legal Action, Crystals and Stirrings. Madame Dolores Umbridge? A wizard in expensive dark gray robes spoke up from behind the squat witch. He was a slightly older man, even by magical standards, as denoted by his salt and pepper hair and beard. Beside him stood Tonks in her red aura robes and acting as his escort through the ministry today. "Can I help you?" Umbridge questioned in a sweet tone that was so fake many that heard it winced. "I'm here to serve you these legal documents on behalf of my client, Lord Sirius Orion Black." The wizard handed the woman in lurid pink robes a folder. "What's this?" Umbridge took the folder into her stubby fingers and opened it. Tonks barely smothered a wicked grin when the toad-like woman's eyes widened at what she was reading. "A restraining order?" "Yes, Madam Umbridge. Your harassment of my client's godson ends here and now," the Black family lawyer stated firmly, his dark eyes boring into the squat woman. A stack of rather alarming letters was handed over to the Aurors not long ago, all of them from you and addressed to Harry Potter, most of them hinting that should Mr. Potter not accept working for the ministry, that misfortune may befall him. The later letters were not so subtle and could easily be construed as threats. You are to cease all contact with Harry James Potter or be held in breach of this restraining order. How dare! I am the senior undersecretary for the Minister of Magic. Umbridge's face turned an ugly purple color as she glared at the lawyer. "No one threatens my Harry, you toad-faced bint." Tonks thought vindictively as she watched Umbridge rant and stomp her feet. Tonks had been beyond shocked when Harry had handed over a stack of letters from Umbridge, of all people. The Auror had only needed to read through a couple for her annoyance to turn into anger. After reading through all of them, she'd had half a mind to pay the senior undersecretary a little visit herself. But Sirius had gotten the Black family lawyer involved, and legal proceedings had followed. It was annoying that it had taken as long as it had, but Tonks was only too happy to see the results. "You've been served the documents, Madam Umbridge. Good day." The law wizard turned on his heel and headed for the lifts. He was followed by Tonks, as was her duty, while she hid a smile at the still ranting Umbridge. The whole of the ministry had seen her getting served the restraining order. It'd be in the Prophet by tomorrow without a doubt. Hogwarts. That afternoon. "So it's done then?" Harry grinned at Tonks through the communications mirror. "Yep, you should have seen the toad's face." Tonks laughed at the memory. "Serves her right for harassing you like that." "Thank you for taking care of this, Tonks, you and Sirius both." Harry gave her a warm and affectionate smile. "I was just doing my job, Harry." Tonks returned his warm smile with her own, her hair and eyes both phasing through soft pastel colors one after another, as her heart filled with warmth. "It was your idea to hand over those letters to me as an Auror that made this a potential criminal issue." Sirius was freely able to act, and the courts couldn't deny that Umbridge was in the wrong. "I'd thought of handing them over to Fudge when he came to inspect the Therium, but seeing her there made me decide against it." Harry shook his head, slightly swaying his hair. Maybe he should look into getting a haircut soon. The letters probably would have disappeared by the time they returned to the ministry. Knowing Umbridge, that's a fairly good assumption. Tonks grimaced at the rumors about the unpleasant woman, her hair and eyes going to a dark orange color to denote her annoyance. "At least she's not going to be sending me any more letters." Harry grinned at Tonks through the mirror. "If she does, just tell Sirius, then he'll tell the Black family lawyer. After that, it becomes a criminal issue for us Aurors." Tonks's grin was downright predatory. "It's good to have a girlfriend that's also an Auror," Harry teased, and Tonks, maturely, stuck her tongue out at him. Don't you start thinking you can break the law, mister. Tonks glared at him without any heat in her gaze. I'll bring you in too. Give you the full standard protocol here at the ministry. A cell and everything. Is it a private cell? Harry cocked an eyebrow. Would we have a private one-on-one questioning together? Your teenager is showing again, Harrikins. Tonks rolled her eyes at her boyfriend playfully. There's no way you can see that. Harry made a show of looking down at himself, and Tonks cracked up. Oh, Harry, I think Sirius has been an influence on you. Tonks laughed at his joking. Just an influence? Not a bad influence? Harry looked at her with a grin. Oh no, I'm sure this is you. Sirius just showed you how to make jokes about it. Tonks waved off with a smattering of chuckles. Fair enough. Harry shrugged, and the two devolved into laughter again. These mirrors are the best thing you've figured out so far, Harry. Tonks praised him with a genuine smile full of love. Being able to see and talk to you like this whenever is amazing. I feel the same way, Nim. Harry shared the feeling with her. I really missed having you and Penny around. They may not be artifacts, but these mirrors give me something that none of my artifacts can. Sweet talker. Tonks jibed playfully, the radiant smile on her lips making Harry's heart flutter a bit. So what nerd project do you have going on now? Way to break the mood, Nim. Harry deadpanned at the metamorph. Tonks's bubbly laughter still made him smile, though. You're a nerd, but you're my nerd. Tonks chuckled, her eyes alight with mirth. Well, I've hit an unfortunate stumbling point in the Communication Mirror Hub project, Harry informed her with a sigh. What's the problem? Tonks questioned curiously. I sort of helped with the first issue. Would smashing the hub potentially help this time too? She snickered behind her hand. Unfortunately, not this time around. Harry snorted with a shake of his head. I was looking more deeply into runecraft in relation to crystals and gems. It turns out that I'm going to have to learn a good amount about gemology and gem cutting to make any headway. Facets are important, as is the quality of the gem or crystal in question when it comes to applying runes. I was hoping that this would be a slightly easier project once I figured out how to make the communication mirrors work. I should have known better. He sighed heavily at all the new information he'd have to go over. The only good point was that the knowledge could be useful in a few future endeavors that he'd tossed around in his head before. You'll figure it out. Harry, I know you will. Tonks encouraged him with a warm and loving smile. There's no doubt in my mind that you're going to make something truly amazing from this. When did you get so good at reassuring people? Harry smiled back at his girlfriend. I've always been good at it, Tonks declared with a faux pompous tone and her nose in the air. Well, thank you for the encouragement, Nim. Harry chuckled along with her antics. I could always cheer you up a different way. Tonks trailed off leadingly. These mirrors would make it so easy, too. What's that? Harry tilted his head slightly in confusion. Like this. Tonks gave a naughty grin as she held the mirror further from herself. Harry went from only being able to see her face to being able to see her face and chest. With the same grin on her face, Tonks reached for the hem of her weird sister's t-shirt and pulled the garment upwards. The cotton caught on the underside of Tonks's large breasts, making the pair bounce when they escaped the shirt. Nice. Harry's eye zeroed in on Tonks's tits while the metamorph winked at him. See? It's already working. Tonks teased her boyfriend before bouncing on her heels a couple of times. The movement made her girls bounce around, and Harry looked like he wanted to come through the mirror to get to her. Best invention ever. Harry chuckled as he watched Tonks show off for him. Do you want them smaller? Tonks morphed her breasts back to the C-cups she usually kept them as. Or maybe you're a boob guy and want them even bigger? Harry swallowed reflexively as her tits grew to large F-cups before his eyes. What do you think, Harry? She used her free hand to play with her massive mammaries for his viewing pleasure. Amazing. Harry could admit to being a bit mesmerized by the sight of his girlfriend showing off her talents for him. Keep praising me, Harry. You know I enjoy it. Tonks grinned salaciously at him. Maybe you have something to show me too? Perhaps. Harry admitted before setting the mirror on the desk. If Tonks wanted to play over the mirrors, Harry wasn't going to deny her. I really do spoil you too much, Harry. Tonks played with her nipples and cooed at him. "You're too sexy, love." Harry rumbled as he pulled himself free of his pants. The pair would spend the next hour playing over the mirrors together. Fleur had an eyebrow raised when she saw the small grin on Harry's lips when she came to collect him for dinner. It wasn't until after dinner that she found out just what he and Tonks had done with the communication mirrors that afternoon. Needless to say, Fleur was very interested in trying it out herself. Harry was all for the idea, but did admit he preferred having her in his arms much more. When Fleur mentioned that she wanted to be there the next time he and Tonks played, Harry felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. Fleur's giggling laughter at his wide smile was totally worth it. Hogwarts Library. Next day. "Harry?" Hermione blinked as she sat down at the table with him. "What's that book you've got?" "Just something new I need to learn about for my artifice." Harry smiled as he tilted the book up so that Hermione could see the cover and title. "The Magic of Gems and Crystals?" Hermione didn't sound impressed by the title. "That almost sounds like the hokey New Age stuff my parents have mentioned before. Unlike those people that believe certain crystals and gems have some kind of magical or special property by themselves, I know of actual magical gems and crystals. The only problem is that I need to know much more about them before I can use them to their utmost potential." Harry chuckled as he flipped to the next page in the large book. "It sounds like it could be expensive," Hermione mentioned as she set up her books, quill, and parchment. "My father bought my mother an emerald bracelet for her birthday, since it's her birthstone, and it was rather pricey." "Yeah." Harry sighed even as he read more. "Non-magical gems and crystals can be worth a lot. The much, much rarer magical gems and crystals cost enough to make me flinch, honestly. I'm sure whatever you make will be amazing, though, Harry." Hermione gave him a smile as she opened her first book. "Thank you, Hermione." Harry smiled back before returning to his reading. "If only you knew what I was planning to do with magical quartz." He suppressed his chuckles before flipping to the next page. Akhmim, Egypt. "So they continue on their path?" An old wizard, far older than any other currently alive, asked of a young man dressed in simple clothing. The man would blend into a crowd without trying, given his average looks and plain clothes. "Yes, master. They show no signs in deviating from their work." The younger man replied with a short bow. "I suppose I shouldn't expect anything less." The old wizard acknowledged as he gazed at the golden ring on his finger. It was set with a blood-red stone that seemed to be both smooth and yet full of striations. It was almost as if the stone was in a near-constant state of flux, changing just slightly every time one looked at it. After so many centuries, it seems the work will be completed. "Yes, master, I have confirmed with Prima that the ones in Greece are also approaching completion," the plain man informed the old wizard. "You've done well, novice." The ancient man acknowledged the much younger one. "Any news of the young boy? I'm curious if he's done anything else to shake things up again." "Nothing in the past while, master." Novice shook his head. "I'm sure he won't be silent for too much longer." The aged wizard chuckled, his wrinkles pulling upwards as he smiled. "When he became the youngest artificer in history, I felt a need to offer my congratulations and express my hopes for his future. It has been far too long since my attention was captured so thoroughly. Not since young Flamel completed the magnum opus himself." He stroked his long white beard with amusement. "Such an interesting creation and system he set up. Not the first, of course, but far better than the last several attempts." He picked up a test frame from the small table beside his comfortable chair. "Master Zosimos," a woman with a simple beauty spoke as she entered the room with a bow. "I bring news from the Americas." "What are they doing, Tima?" Zosimos asked of the woman. "Are their projects also proceeding at pace with the others?" "Yes, they seem to be nearing the end of their works." Tima nodded to her master. "It appears to be just as you predicted. They're all planning to act in turn." Zosimos sighed heavily at the news. "I do understand where they're coming from. I've lived through most of what their ancestors suffered through, but I have no better alternatives to offer them to try and persuade them from this path. I had hoped that the non-magical would change their ways as they increased their knowledge and understanding. Alas, that has not come to pass." "Shall we intervene, master?" Novus questioned the ancient wizard. No, they've been given centuries to change and have mostly gotten worse. Zosimos shook his head sadly. His eyes seemed to look afar, as if they could see something far from the here and now. Perhaps this is the only way to move forward. Humanity has long needed large, world-changing events to move forward. This may simply be necessary, even if events do not go as they believe they will. Yes, Master. Novus bowed along with Tima. Rest now, my creations. We must be ready to do what we can in the coming times. Zosimos dismissed the two. Both gave another short bow and left without a word. His homunculi had been with him for the last few centuries. They knew their tasks and when to carry them out. The ancient wizard held the test frame in hand with a slight smile as he passed his mana into it. 2,148-244 was displayed after almost a full minute by the test frame before the talisman cracked and burnt out entirely. I will act to ensure that humanity survives, no matter what their actions may bring about. It may be the last act of my very long life, but I will ensure the survival of as many as possible. Zosimos placed the broken talisman back on the small table with a quiet sigh. Izumo, Shimane. This does not bode well. An older man in traditional clothing sighed after finishing a divination. This great change is coming? An equally old woman asked from behind him. Yes, there doesn't seem to be much that can be done to stop it. The old man shook his head slightly. We must be prepared. A perilous time is approaching the world at large. Will you be strong enough? The old woman inquired of the man. I will have to be. It is not yet time for him to inherit the position and responsibilities of family head. The man stated firmly. If only the world wasn't on the verge of this great change. He could have happily spent his days training and teaching his grandson until he passed on the position of family head to the boy. Now it seemed it would be up to him to ensure their family survived the coming storm. Then we shall continue the preparations. The old woman stood up from her sitting position on the tatami. Our family has survived since the Heian period. What's one more disaster? She smoothed out her traditional robes and moved towards the door. I fear this will be a disaster unlike anything the world has seen before. The old man mumbled under his breath as he looked at the divination he'd performed. With one last sigh, he turned to follow his wife out of the room. Hogwarts, hidden workshop, magical gem cutting? Fleur cocked an eyebrow at Harry's current reading material. Should we be expecting rings soon, Harry? You know what I'm reading this for, you minx. Harry gave her a flat look. The slight upturn of his lips kind of ruined the look, though. Are you saying you don't want to put a ring on each of us? Fleur teased him with a gleam in her beautiful blue eyes. I'll get around to it. Harry chuckled at the pout Fleur gave him. You'll just have to wait a couple more years until my majority is all. I suppose so, a pity. Fleur smiled happily at him. I want to keep you forever as soon as possible. The feeling is mutual. Love, trust me. Harry returned her smile with one of his own. Do you really believe Sirius is going to propose to Marley? Fleur loved weddings. She'd grown up going to many of them for her extended Vila family. Remus seems to think so. Harry shrugged as he flipped a page in his book. They've been seeing each other for a good while now, too. I wouldn't be surprised if he popped the question. Sirius is a good man. Marley is a wonderful woman. They make each other happy, too. Fleur gushed at the potential for an engagement in the near future. Just think, Harry, you could become a godparent, or perhaps a favored older brother for any children they might have. I'll look forward to it. Harry laughed as he marked his page and closed the book. But for now, you are far too excited to even pretend to study. How about a walk around the lake? He stood from his desk and stretched his arms over his head. I'd like that. Fleur stood from her transfigured chair as well. The couple left the hidden workshop arm in arm. They made their way through the castle without issue and were soon outside. While spring had technically come to Scotland, it wouldn't be truly warmer until mid to late April. A simple warming charm kept away any chills as Harry and Fleur headed for the lake. They were only about halfway there when they saw something that got their attention. What are they doing now? Harry blinked, seeing multiple people from the ministry moving around the Quidditch pitch. Possibly something for the third task? Fleur guessed, also confused. Shall we take a little peek, my dear? Harry grinned at Fleur mischievously. Why not? Fleur grinned right back, her eyes alight with interest. With barely a thought, both of them were invisible and heading towards the Quidditch pitch. They silenced their steps as they approached the area to further conceal their presence. It was almost laughably easy to simply walk onto the field and see what was going on. Dozens of ministry workers were placing what looked to be small hedges in the dirt. Judging by how widespread the plants were placed and the rather intricate pattern, it didn't take long to figure out what was being made. A maze? Fleur didn't sound impressed as she whispered to Harry. Do they really think something so simple would stop any competent witch or wizard? It's the ministry, so it's a possibility. Harry shrugged, even though he was invisible. Perhaps they mean to fill it full of beasts and magical shenanigans? I would hope they were doing something more than just a hedge maze, at least. Fleur remarked as they watched more of the obviously magical hedges be planted. The couple watched the progress for another minute or two before heading out of the Quidditch pitch. Once they arrived at the lake, they removed the invisibility and silencing charms. The two enjoyed their stroll, arm in arm, around the lake as they guessed at what the third task would entail within the hedge maze they'd seen being planted. Flint Manor, you've done well, Barty Lucius. Voldemort praised his top 2 Death Eaters, that were outside of Azkaban at any rate. Already you've brought me 30 new followers. His red eyes swept over the assembled wizards that Lucius and Barty had already collected from the bottom of society. These fools were down on their luck and looked to blame anyone else for their circumstances. Some of them probably descended from old pureblood houses that had fallen in the last few decades. To you 30, I welcome you. That you would raise your wands in my service is a wise choice. I will see to it that all of my followers have their place and purpose in the world I will create. A world for wizards, one not hiding from the Muggle filth, but ruling over them as we should. His declaration was met with cheers from the assembled group. Truly, they were so easy to manipulate that it was almost sickening. If you wish to pledge your service and loyalty to me, step forward and accept my mark. Voldemort spoke in a cool hiss as he let his magic seep into the air around him. This minor showing of power awed more witches and wizards than he could remember. It was always successful in getting the fools to agree to obey. Yes, my lord. All of the gathered wizards kneeled before the Dark Lord and held out their bare left arms. We shall begin then, Voldemort intoned as he approached the first of the kneeling wizards. He's giving them the Dark Mark? So soon? That was a reward in the last war, given only to those that had proved their worth to the Dark Lord. Lucius thought to himself as he watched the first wizard grimace in pain as the Dark Mark was placed upon his skin. This vast deviation from the Dark Lord's first rise back in the 70s was confusing Lucius. It was also a cause for concern for the wary Malfoy family head. He had survived through the last war thanks to his caution and suspicion. He'd keep a close eye on the changes happening around the Dark Lord. These fools don't realize how truly blessed they are. Barty mumbled quietly as he watched the second kneeling man accept his master's mark. His tongue flicked out in the tick that Lucius had grown accustomed to in the time he'd known the man. Perhaps they are not as blessed as you think. Lucius kept his musings private. They were both aware that those who displeased the Dark Lord were often killed. The dumb muscle that Lucius collected probably wouldn't make it to the end of the year. Or does the Dark Lord have something else planned for them entirely? The Malfoy Patriarch wondered as the next wizard accepted the Dark Mark. It would not be the first time that someone Voldemort recruited was used for a single task or purpose before they disappeared. 21 will be necessary for the first ritual. Voldemort mused as he gave another of the fools his mark. He was pleased to have that number already met, but he needed far more for what he was planning. He needed enough to sacrifice to bring about an unstoppable force under his command. These dim-witted ones can at least be gophers to collect the materials I need before they serve their true purpose. The Dark Lord carried on giving out his dark mark to the less than impressive wizards one after another while plotting out his true intentions. Current mana levels Harry, 19,918 Tonks, 15,462 Penelope, 13,146 Fleur, 14,128, Chapter 49, Third Task Ritual. All right, this one looks good. Harry nodded as he moved a piece of magical quartz into a small pile on his desk. It was much smaller than the pile on the opposite side of the Artificer. Those were the pieces of the magical quartz that wouldn't work for his first tests on the communications hub. Harry smiled at his small pile and quickly placed them in a small case by themselves. Once he had time to work directly on the hub, then he'd take them out again. He placed the rest of the magical quartz pieces into a much larger case for later use. They'd also be good for trying to learn a little gem cutting. Drossard had assured him that if he wanted to learn, then the dwarves of Erden were more than willing to teach their sworn brother. Now, let's look at these beauties. Harry gently took 2 gems in hand. Both were blue in color. One was a dark navy, almost like a sapphire, while the other was a lighter blue interspersed with white. The first was the magical gem known as azurite. It was known to have a good synergy with water magics, empowering them or making them much more efficient to cast. The second stone was called frost azurite. It was only found in long frozen lands, usually in frozen lakes, ponds, and rivers. As its name implied, this stone had good synergy with ice-based magics. They'd cost Harry more than he'd like to admit because of how rare they were. But now that he had them, he couldn't wait to examine them and think about how to incorporate them into his artifice. Flint Manor. It is finally complete. Voldemort had a dark look of satisfaction upon his face as he gazed over the intricate lines and symbols on the stone floor. He was in the basement of the manor that he'd appropriated and had finally finished the necessary preparations to begin his first ritual. Now he just needed his sacrifice. He had to give something of his own in exchange for what he wanted the ritual to do. How very fortunate that everyone that willingly accepted his mark bound themselves to him as little more than property. He had plenty he was willing to give up for this ritual, and would soon have far more to sacrifice for the next ritual he was planning. Time to bring in the sacrifices. He had a cold sneer on his lips as he made his way up the stairs. He'd have Barty round up 21 of the fools for him. It didn't matter which ones, they were all equally useful as fodder. Several minutes later, and Voldemort heard the door to the basement open. Tromping down the stairs were the pawns he'd marked a while back. Barty was behind all of them, looking happy to have been of service as always. "Thank you, Barty." Voldemort gave a nod to his loyal follower. "Of course, my lord." Barty bowed at the waist to the Dark Lord. "Keep anyone from interrupting us, Barty. This is delicate magic." Voldemort ordered, and Barty nodded quickly before heading back up the stairs. Once he heard the door to the basement close again, Voldemort looked over the 21 wizards. "We will be performing a ritual that will further strengthen my immortality and prevent any accidents from happening again." All of the wizards knew he meant Halloween night of 81. "You will kneel where I tell you to, and you will place your hands on the floor where I instruct. You will not move after that until the ritual is complete. Am I in any way unclear?" He directed his red-eyed gaze over the men. "No, my lord." The 21 wizards were quick to respond. They'd seen the pain he could inflict on those that displeased him. Thankfully, he'd never directed any of that rage at them since they'd joined. Voldemort spent the next few minutes placing each of his living sacrifices in the proper locations around the lines and symbols on the floor. He shot each man a glare after he'd positioned them, a warning not to move. When the last man was in the correct position, only then did Voldemort step into the center of the configuration of lines. He spoke the incantation to activate the ritual clearly. He'd practiced it thoroughly to ensure that no mistakes would be made. The various lines and symbols on the floor began to glow. Each of the men found themselves encircled by the glowing lines. It was only when Voldemort spoke the final part of the incantation that they suddenly knew something was wrong. Imolo. Voldemort finished the incantation firmly as he offered up the marked wizards, his property since they bore his mark willingly upon their flesh. The screaming started as the light of the various lines and symbols changed from a bluish color to a dark and angry red. The color grew darker, becoming a deep purple-black after a few moments. The 21 wizards felt as their magic was drained from them forcibly. Intense agony ripped through their bodies, but they couldn't move once the ritual had begun. The magic was holding them in place as they suffered. After their magic was drained, the pain became even more intense. Vocal cords were torn as the men wailed in agony as their very bodies appeared to age rapidly. They went from looking in their 20s and 30s to quickly looking old, decrepit, and gray. The ritual still didn't stop there either. The men felt as their bodies broke down, withering away into naught but dust. The insidious magic of the sacrificial ritual keeping them alive throughout the process until they fell apart into nothing. Once all of the sacrifices had been consumed in their entirety, the magic in the lines and symbols began to flow towards Voldemort in the center of the configuration. The purple-black light washed over the Dark Lord, and one by one he felt as connections formed. These were direct links to his scattered and hidden Horcruxes. It was after the fifth connection was made and the magic of the ritual faded away that Voldemort realized something was wrong. 5. Voldemort's confusion was quickly turning to anger. "I made 6!" His face was a rictus of fury as he stomped out of the array, kicking up clouds of dust that had just minutes ago been men. Which one? Who could have found one of them? His anger was laced with worry, though no one was around to hear it. Dumbledore, that old fool. No. How could he possibly know? The only one that I ever spoke with about Horcruxes was Slughorn. Voldemort breathed out furiously. That doddering old suck-up. He'd hunt him down and tear the truth from the man. Wait, he hissed to himself. Calm down. Think. After several moments he got his temper under control. The Dark Lord quickly went over his Horcruxes in his mind. His old diary, the Gaunt family ring, the locket of Slytherin, the cup of Hufflepuff, the diadem of Ravenclaw, and Nagini. He knew Nagini, his newest Horcrux, was safe inside the mansion. The diadem was in the room of hidden things in Hogwarts. The locket was in the cave. The cup was in the Lestrange vault. The ring should still be beneath the floorboards of the Gaunt shack in Little Hangleton. His diary he'd given to Lucius for safekeeping. I'll start by asking Lucius to hand over my old diary, Voldemort decided as he made his way up the stairs. He exited the basement and found Barty standing just at the end of the corridor that led to the door. "Barty, is Lucius still within the manor?" He questioned his Death Eater as he strode through the corridor. "Yes, my lord. Shall I fetch him?" Barty fell into step behind his master. "Just tell me where he is." Voldemort waved off as they walked. "I believe that he's in the parlor," Barty informed, and Voldemort headed for the room after a quick turn down the next corridor. "He just returned from recruiting more members to your cause, my lord." The two arrived in the parlor to find Lucius sitting on one of the plush chairs. The Malfoy family head looked exasperated from his latest recruitment attempt. Barty could understand. Some of these fools didn't understand what an honor it was to serve the Dark Lord. Voldemort cared little for Lucius's woes and made his presence known quickly. "Lucius, I have need of something I left in your possession." Voldemort spoke in his cold, smooth tone. Lucius jumped to his feet immediately before kneeling before his master. "Whatever you need, my lord." Lucius did not look up to meet the Dark Lord's gaze. "The old diary I gave to you for safekeeping before that night. Bring it to me." Voldemort demanded with a slight hiss. "I, my lord, I no longer have it," Lucius admitted after stumbling over his words. "What do you mean you don't have it?" Voldemort's red eyes looked like they were glowing. "I gave it to you to keep it safe." "My lord, I used it in an attempt to have Dumbledore removed from Hogwarts 2 years ago," Lucius admitted after swallowing heavily. "According to my son, the plan had some success. He was cut off as Voldemort's magic slammed him into the far wall." "You did what?" Voldemort roared so loudly the entire manor could hear it. The shaking of the walls and floors was also a cause for alarm among the Death Eaters that were staying there. "Leave!" He snapped at Barty, and the man backed out of the room so quickly he nearly tripped over himself. The parlor door was slammed closed a half-second later. Master, please." Lucius was having trouble breathing. "I gave that book to you to protect." Voldemort silenced his follower as his magic crushed Lucius against the wall harder. "Did I ever instruct you to let it out of your possession?" "Did I?" He raged at the pale blonde man. And no, Lucius barely wheezed out. He was summarily hurled across the room and slammed into the opposite wall by the magic holding him. He hacked and coughed, trying to get air back into his lungs. He barely took 3 breaths before the first cruciatus curse hit him, and he howled in agony. "You will know my full displeasure, Lucius," Voldemort hissed out like an angry serpent. "If you still live afterwards is beneath my concern," he informed the trembling man after giving him a respite from the torture curse. For the rest of the day, the wailing and agony of Lucius could be heard throughout the Flint Manor. None dared approach the parlor door during that time. Only later in the evening did Voldemort storm out of the room while demanding dinner be served to him immediately. No one went to check on Lucius for over an hour. The ones that eventually did so saw the twisted, broken form of the man. He was barely breathing and was covered in blood. He shook and spasmed even while unconscious from the after effects of the cruciatus. "Harry, what are you mumbling to yourself?" Fleur questioned her lover. He'd been going over something intently for almost a month now. He'd promised to tell her about it once he was sure it could work. The lovely Vila had simply run out of patience. "Huh?" Harry blinked as he looked up from a book in his notebook where he was taking notes. They were at the Ravenclaw table for lunch, and Harry had brought his current project with him. He'd honestly barely touched his food since he sat down. "What are you mumbling about?" Fleur repeated her question, and Harry looked between his notebook and his girlfriend before giving her a smile. "Artifice," Harry answered without actually answering. "I gathered that much." Fleur deadpanned at him. Harry just smiled wider. "What has your mind so preoccupied?" "This new idea of mine should be able to work. I'm making use of one of the magical gems I got through the Owl Order. Not sure which one just yet, but either of them should work." Harry's excitement was palpable, and Fleur could only shake her head. "You're worse than I am with new magical discoveries, mon amour." Fleur admitted to her own fixation whenever Madame Aveline sent her copies of research notes that she'd collected while working. "What item are you planning exactly?" Harry picked up his notebook and showed it to her. "A sword and a trident?" The lovely scholar blinked at the sketches Harry had made. She read over Harry's notes on the page, able to make some sense of them due to her own depth of magical knowledge. "Why is power source a question mark?" "Well, the magical gems are good as catalysts for certain types of magic." Harry began as he looked his notes over. "However, they don't actually have a lot of magic of their own. So, the best way to make use of them is to have a power source supply the right type of magic and let the gem amplify it or make casting more efficient." He explained as he jotted down a quick note in the corner of the page. "And what are you planning to use for a power source?" Fleur knew he already had some ideas. Harry wasn't likely to not have at least some thoughts on his creations from the very beginning. "I mean, I could power it." Harry shrugged, and Fleur noticed he wasn't meeting her eyes. It would take a lot to impart enough mana to become innate to the artifact, but that's what the forging process is for. "Harry," Fleur's tone made Harry twitch. "Is this an idea of yours that would see you being sent to the hospital for several days to recover? Again?" The Vila girl was clearly not amused by the idea. "No." Harry shook his head, his eyes meeting hers. "I mean, probably not." Fleur raised one delicate eyebrow at him. "I'll be careful." "Harry!" Hermione looked at him incredulously. "Don't." Mandy drew out the word while giving him a look. "We'd all prefer you didn't put yourself in the hospital wing again, Harry." Padma's concern was clear to see. Harry turned to his side when he felt a tug on his robe. He was met with the wide blue eyes of Luna. "Please don't hurt yourself, Harry," she pleaded with him, and Harry couldn't handle the slight welling of tears he saw in the little blonde's eyes. All right. He pulled Luna into a side hug to reassure her. "I'll figure out some other way, okay?" He gently patted the top of Luna's head, and the younger girl nodded happily. "Why was potentially putting yourself in the hospital wing even a consideration?" Fleur questioned her boyfriend with a sigh. "It wasn't my first choice." Harry shook his head. "But a power source to make the best use of the Azurite and Frost Azurite isn't just going to fall into my lap. I'm going to have to come up with something myself. Better to take your time and figure out a power source than to hurt yourself, Harry." Padma gave her opinion. "She's right, you know." Mandy nodded in agreement. It's not like you have to rush or anything. You're already the youngest artificer in history. What's the big hurry, right? Exactly, Hermione agreed with her friends. You've got plenty of time, Harry. Slow and steady wins the race, as they say. Maybe not as much time as I'd like. Harry thought to himself, knowing that Voldemort was out there somewhere. Third task, June 24th. All three champions stood before the large hedge maze on the Quidditch pitch. Bagman had brought them all aside to show them the maze 2 weeks ago, when it had yet to fully grow. Fleur and Harry had already taken a peek long before, but didn't say anything about it. Krum hadn't looked too surprised at the reveal either, leading both of the other champions to believe he'd snuck a peek too. Now the stands were packed with spectators looking down on the hedge maze. From the height difference, they'd be able to see into the maze and watch the champions find their way through it. Harry barely listened as Ludo Bagman blathered on about the task. All he really needed to know was when to start and the overall objective. But the former professional beater really enjoyed hearing himself talk, it seemed. Both Fleur and Harry shared a look between them, the French witch even playfully rolling her eyes as Bagman continued to wax on. Harry grinned at her and Fleur smiled beautifully at him. Harry would actually be going in second according to Bagman. Apparently, the points they'd been awarded in the first and second task determined the order of entry. Fleur would be going first, Harry a short time after her, and Krum a few minutes behind him. A minute after Bagman finally stopped talking, and the first blast went off to start the third task. Fleur gave him a wink before she walked close to the entrance of the maze. The rules stated that they would start with only their wands. The obvious loophole was just ripe for abuse to Harry and Fleur. The lovely young woman demonstrated this by holding out her hand and summoning her storage cloak from the stands, where Gabrielle had been holding it for her. After slipping the jet-black cloak on, Fleur entered the maze. Harry was certain she'd be putting on her basilisk scale mail in short order. A minute later, and the second blast went off. Harry summoned his own storage cloak from where Sirius was holding it in the stands. He put it on quickly and moved into the maze. After rounding the first corner and checking for threats, Harry reached into the cloak and pulled out his own basilisk scale mail. The artifact armor slipped on easily, as it was made to do. Harry pulled out his Windwalker items and strapped them on with a quick application of magic. His spell ward gauntlets were put on next, and only then did Harry make his first move towards actually completing the task. He pulled out his wand and laid it on his flat palm. "Point me, Fleur Delacour." Harry spoke, and his wand spun for a second before suddenly whipping around and locking into position. It would seem Fleur was on the left side of the maze at the moment. "Point me, Tree Wizard Cup." He spoke the target of the task next. The wand spun only once before snapping towards a specific direction, dead center of the maze. Well, that's convenient. Harry smirked as he put his wand away, and from within his cloak, he pulled out the sheathed Ethereum. He attached the scabbard to his belt before drawing the artifact sword. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Ethereum's blade was engulfed in flames as Harry channeled a spell into the focus. He gripped the sword with both hands and brought it down in a helm splitter. A massive torrent of fire was cast from the artifact. It blasted through the magical hedges easily and tore through the maze in a straight line with a roar. The crackling of flames was loud in Harry's ears as he beheld the shortcut he'd made. With a grin, he activated his Windwalker and flew through the still burning path his sword had carved through the maze. "Fleur is going to be so annoyed with me." Harry chuckled as he flew towards the center of the maze quickly. He should have made a bet with her about who'd get to the end of the maze first. He could have won another bath with his beautiful girlfriend.
Stands. Harry?
Penny shook her head at Harry's blatant breaking of the traditional maze rules. Going through the walls was usually a no-no for any maze. I mean, it's technically a solution. Edward Clearwater sat beside his daughter as he watched Harry burn his way through the majority of the maze. It was still astonishing to the older wizard what a single swing of that sword could do. "Screw the rules, Harry." Sirius was practically howling in laughter while Marley grinned behind her hand. It wouldn't be hard to spot the engagement ring nearly sparkling on her ring finger. The diamond was large, but not ridiculous, and it was cut by the finest artisan among the Erden dwarves. Sirius had happily paid full price for the beautiful ring for his fiancée.
Harry, you cheater!
Fleur huffed at the torrent of flames that died out a few seconds later. She started heading in the direction of the line of fire she'd seen. If Harry was going to make himself a shortcut, then she might as well take advantage. She didn't even pay attention to the blast that went off moments later, signaling Crumb entering the maze. I didn't make it all the way through. Harry noticed a slightly burnt hedge in front of him. That might have been for the best. Wouldn't want to destroy the cup. They might say we have to restart the task after they got a replacement or something. 2 swings of Ethereum and the magic cleaving properties of the sword had cut a triangular hole in the hedge wall. Harry grinned when he saw the center of the maze and the shining cup on the pedestal in the middle. Always I'm magical, look at me. He shook his head at the blatantly magical cup. He sheathed Ethereum after checking for any threats in the area. He walked up to the Triwizard Cup and looked over the item. It was supposed to be a portkey to the winner's platform they had set up, so all he should need to so was grab it. A second after he grabbed one of the handles, Harry was whisked away in a swirl of colors. Graveyard, Little Hangleton, Hate, portkeys. Harry grimaced as he landed heavily and felt his stomach lurch. A short moment later, and he realized he was most definitely not where he was supposed to be. Harry Potter, a cold and slightly hissing voice drawled. How good of you to join us. Voldemort waved away the thick fog in the graveyard with his hand. Harry's eyes narrowed at the Dark Lord and the ring of cloaked figures he could see now. Yeah, that figures. Harry drew Ethereum with a scowl. Of course, it'd be you and your ilk that put me into this dumb tournament. A rather simple task to get you entered, to be sure. Voldemort mocked as he drew his wand. The Dark Lord eyed the sword warily. Lucius had said that Potter had an artifact sword of his own creation. No one really cares about the squibs, do they, Harry? Squibs? Harry's confusion showed on his face, and Voldemort chuckled darkly. See? Even you don't recall Argus Filch until someone else mentions him. Voldemort mocked the teen. Filch, the hell are you on about? Harry wouldn't take his eyes off of Voldemort, but that didn't prevent him from wandlessly using spells to check his surroundings. 20 of them surrounding us. Odds aren't in my favor, but... He activated the scouter function in his glasses and checked Voldemort first. 44,680. Well, shite. Harry didn't like that reading at all. He actually exceeds Dumbledore. He was able to get a few scans from the cloaked individuals standing behind Voldemort too. 3,640, 4,228, 4,854, 7,162. Most of them were average or slightly above average. The one at almost 8,000 seemed to be the biggest standout of the Death Eaters he could get a reading on. A squib is such an easy target for the Imperious Curse, Harry Potter. Voldemort replied with an amused sneer. Well, that explains how my name got in the Goblet of Fire. Harry quickly put the pieces together. Filch had access to most of the castle. Not to mention the surly caretaker was mostly overlooked by the students and other faculty. It would be rather easy for the Imperious man to snatch a parchment with his name written on it. Well, aren't you clever? Do you want a treat for that? He snarked at the Dark Lord, projecting bravado. No, your death shall suffice. Voldemort's wand was moving in a blur as he brought it to bear. Protego Maxima. Harry channeled the spell through Ethereum, and a massive, glowing off-white shield appeared between him and Voldemort. Crucio! Voldemort cast the unforgivable Cruciatus Curse right off the bat. It passed through the massive Protego easily. The 3 unforgivables weren't blockable by magic by their very design. But that didn't matter when Harry was already on the move. A gargantuan cloud of billowing black smoke filled the graveyard quickly. Harry tapped Ethereum on the ground and let himself smirk a little when he heard the encircling Death Eaters cry out in surprise, shock, and some in pain. He'd transfigured the ground into long, sharp spikes as he used his Windwalker to fly just above the grass and dirt. Childish, Harry. Voldemort waved his wand, and the transfiguration was undone. The mass of smoke vanished a second later as well. What Voldemort wasn't expecting to see was a roaring conflagration burning its way through the cemetery. The wall of fire washed over the area at speed from Harry's swing of Ethereum. Voldemort was more than capable of shielding himself from such a spell. Several of his Death Eaters were not. Their screams were completely ignored by the Dark Lord. In the confusion, Harry pulled a mana bane chain from within his storage cloak. He passed his mana through the chain and sent it at the Death Eater with the reading of almost 8,000 mana. The animated chain wrapped around the man in the chaos of the blaze and sealed his magic. Harry used his control over the chain to yank the man off his feet and into the air next to him. Avada Kedavra! Voldemort sent the sickly green curse towards Harry. The Death Eater he'd snatched with that chain of his was Barty. Voldemort wouldn't let one of his truly loyal Death Eaters be taken hostage. At least not when he had so few competent followers right now. To everyone that was able to see the exchange, their eyes widened in shock. Harry brought Ethereum's blade between himself and the killing curse. The unblockable, instant death curse touched the blade and instantly vanished without a trace. Even Voldemort found himself momentarily stunned. What the teen had just done shouldn't have been possible. Even inanimate objects exploded when hit by the killing curse. Block this. Harry channeled a large portion of his mana into Ethereum while tapping into the artifact sword's innate mana. The blade sparked a blinding blue-white as Harry brought it down and slashed in the direction of Voldemort. A titanic blast of lightning tore through the cemetery and lit up the area brighter than midday. The loud, thunderous roar that followed nearly deafened everyone. Even the non-magical residents of Little Hangleton saw and heard the lightning. Calls to the police were being made in a panic. Lata Protego Maxima Tria! Voldemort roared as he jabbed his wand forward. 3 large, powerful shield charms appeared between the Dark Lord and the lightning blast Harry had sent at him. The vastly overpowered Fulmin Curse slammed into the expanded, tripled, and maximized shields and instantly shattered the first one. The second held up for a time as bolts of lightning were redirected around the shields and struck whatever was in their path. Tombstones, the ground, Death Eaters, everything around the 2 opposing spells was hit. The second of Voldemort's shield gave way under the force of the lightning, and Voldemort grit his teeth as he focused heavily on maintaining the final shield. Time to go. Harry decided as he sheathed the lightly smoking Ethereum and tossed the Triwizard Cup a few centimeters into the air. If Harry was right, the original portkey would activate if he touched the cup again. He caught the shining cup as it fell and felt the familiar hook behind the navel before he and Barty Crouch Jr. vanished in a swirl of colors. The Fulmin Curse finally lost power and Voldemort lashed out with his wand. He scattered the remaining lightning as his final shield rapidly expanded and then appeared to burst. The entire area was smoking, both from the fires still burning here and there and from where the lightning had struck. The cemetery reeked of ozone and Voldemort glared hatefully at his Death Eaters. Most of them were on the ground, injured or dead, he didn't know nor care. Barty had been taken. This could not be allowed to stand. He was Lord Voldemort. No mere teenager was allowed to defy him and live. The sound of sirens and the flashing of both fire engine lights and police car lights near the edge of the cemetery made Voldemort snarl. He turned on his heel and vanished with a near-silent pop. The Death Eaters that were still able followed his lead and vanished in apparition as well. They left behind just over a dozen of their injured or dead comrades. The Little Hangleton police would discover them shortly, and in a fairly short amount of time, higher authorities would be alerted. Hogwarts. Harry and Barty spun into existence on the winner's platform that had been set up outside the hedge maze. The judges were there to greet them, along with Minister Fudge himself. The politician wouldn't miss a chance for a photo op, and the Daily Prophet cameraman, along with Barnabas Cuff, the chief editor of the paper, were waiting to get the story of the Triwizard Tournament winner. When Harry reappeared with a man bound in chain, no one knew what to make of it. "Can someone call the Aurors?" Harry demanded as he held up and tightened the Mana Bane chain around Barty Crouch Jr. to make sure the man wasn't going anywhere. "I have a Death Eater to turn in." The flash of the Daily Prophet camera seemed to snap everyone out of their stupor. "Who is that?" Fudge looked confused by the unexpected happenings. The bound man looked hatefully at everyone. Crouch, the judge, took a half-step forward only to be stopped by Dumbledore. "How are you alive, Bartemius Crouch, Jr.?" Dumbledore questioned the man, and almost everyone, except Harry and Dumbledore himself, stared in shock. "Dumbledore!" Barty growled at the hated enemy of his master. His hateful eyes looked towards his own father next. "Why don't you tell them how I'm alive, Father? How you kept me under the Imperius for over a decade." He tried to struggle to his feet, but Harry passed a weak current of electricity through the mana-bane chain. It made for an effective taser, and Barty jerked and fell back to the floor. "Is someone going to call the Aurors or not?" Harry looked between all of the adults, unable to believe that none of them had done so yet. Another flash of the Daily Prophet cameraman's camera went off, and the adults finally began to move. Harry only exhaled heavily as Dumbledore kept Barty at wand point, and the other judges began to speak. Karkaroff looked like he was about to bolt entirely. Bagman still seemed stunned. Fudge clearly had no idea what was going on and was slow to catch up. Madame Maxime was the one that finally shot sparks into the air that turned into the words, "Aurors needed," in bright white letters. Harry noticed two of the red-robed Aurors rushing towards the stage from a ways away. They were apparently Fudge's escorts for the event. The teen artificer would bet money that Fudge had left them at the edge of the pitch to not ruin his photo op. "This is going to be a damned headache, I can already tell," Harry thought to himself as the Aurors arrived. Current mana levels. Harry, 21,412 Tonks, 19,864 Penelope, 15 from 15,990. Chapter 50, Aftermath and Summer Begins. "I was right about this being a damn headache," Harry mused as he fell asleep in his bed at Woodend Cottage. The frenzy that the capture of Barty Crouch Jr. had brought was naturally a situation that Harry couldn't escape from. Questions upon questions, decries of lying when he mentioned Voldemort, Sirius stepping in and keeping everyone back. He really needed to do something nice for his godfather for that. After some time, Sirius has used his place as Harry's guardian to take him home for the night. He'd at least gotten to see Fleur and Penny before they'd left to explain the situation. Thankfully, he was sure the Ministry, the DMLE especially, was in an uproar right about now. Next morning, "It's a bloody war zone in here, Harry." Tonks looked frazzled in the mirror as she called Harry shortly after breakfast. "Mad Eye wants to fill Crouch Jr. full of Veritaserum and question him as long as it takes. Old Scrimgeour has already arrested Crouch Sr. and has him in a cell. It's a mess, and the Ministry employees are already starting to look at each other with suspicion. Are Fudge and that pink toad still trying to push their angle that calls me a liar?" Harry asked rhetorically. He knew Umbridge held a grudge and would probably go out of her way to slander him, even if Voldemort walked into the Ministry in broad daylight. Fudge was a toss-up, but the man had been the first to use the word liar when Harry was being questioned last night. "Umbridge is still croaking about how you're a liar and delusional." "Yes," Tonks grimaced, having heard the awful woman's bellowing almost as soon as she arrived at the Ministry. Surprisingly, Fudge has kept himself mostly quiet, but that's probably because he's hiding in his office after dumping most of this in Madame Bone's lap. "Sounds like Fudge," Sirius agreed from his place at the table. The headline splayed across the front of the Daily Prophet he was reading was switching between two stories. "Death Eater Bartemius Crouch Jr. found alive. Father Bartemius Crouch Sr. arrested for helping convicted son escape Azkaban." The second front-page story was titled, "He Who Must Not Be Named Returns. Artificer Harry Potter claims to have been abducted from the Triwizard Third Task and escaped the Dark Lord." All of magical Britain was probably in an uproar about now with those two headlines warring for space on the front page of the Prophet. How anyone can call Harry a liar when he brought back Barty Crouch Jr., alive and well, is beyond me. Marley shook her head from her place next to Sirius. The healer was flabbergasted that anyone would try and say that you-know-who wasn't back when a Death Eater thought long dead was revealed to be very much alive. "I'm wondering if this is going to prevent me from taking my OWLs and NUTs early." Harry wasn't worried about retaliation just yet. Voldemort had gone through an inordinate amount of trouble to snatch him away where no one could see. The Dark Lord clearly didn't want to be confirmed to have returned. Keeping you safe is far more important than any tests, Harry. Sirius looked at his godson with concern and paternal love. I know, but I finally made the decision to graduate early, and you went through all of the trouble of setting up the exams with the Wizarding Examinations Authority. It seems like such a waste if I'm not able to take the tests now. Harry grimaced at Voldemort, causing trouble in his life again. We still have our trip to look forward to. Even if you can't take the exams right now, Harry, Sirius assured him with a smile. We're not going to let some half-dead Dark Lord cow us. We'll continue on, and if he comes, then he'll be in for a surprise. The old marauder gave Harry a knowing look. Harry returned the look as he thought about his artifacts and the small army of dwarf warriors that had his back. Not long after breakfast, Penny had come over to cuddle with Harry and make sure he was okay. They talked while holding each other, and Penny was eventually satisfied that he was okay. It was a peaceful, relaxing moment between the couple, and they both relished it. Their talk eventually turned to their current projects, and Penny pulled her notes on the anti-magic area from within her own storage cloak. Harry showed her his notebook with the ideas for the communications hub and the rough drafts of his potential sword and trident designs. Look, Marley, Sirius whispered as he waved his fiancée over. They're having a couples study session. Isn't it just precious? Leave them be, Sirius. Marley playfully chided her lover after seeing Harry and Penny taking up the couch and coffee table in the living room. They need this after last night. Right you are, love. Sirius grinned as he took her hands in his. Why don't we go have our own alone time? He wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. You randy hound. Marley's giggling laugh rang out. Is that a no? Sirius pretended to pout. I didn't say that. Marley purred as she led him towards the stairs. Sometimes it was hard to tell which couple were the randy teenagers in Woodend Cottage. Flint Manor. Move everything of value, Voldemort ordered with a cold fury. He couldn't risk Barty being forced to reveal his current location. Damn, Harry Potter. He'd enjoy watching the life fade from the boy's eyes. As it stood, he was moving his operations to the Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire. Lucius would be a gracious host if he didn't want to suffer again. There are other uses for the property as well. The Dark Lord mused as he watched his followers pack up everything quickly. Woodend Cottage, Harry. Tonks plopped down on the couch and pulled her boyfriend into a hug. I've been running around all day because of this mess. She used magic to remove her boots and placed her feet on his lap. Foot rub, please. All right, Harry grinned at his eldest girlfriend and began to rub her feet. You've earned it. Darn right. Tonks sighed as she relaxed on the couch. The Ministry is going to be a madhouse for the foreseeable future. As long as they actually prepare for when Voldemort decides to stop hiding, I think it's a good thing. Harry shrugged, while continuing to lightly massage her. I'd rather not have to fight Voldemort with just my family and the dwarves if possible. The rest of magical Britain needs to realize that they can't just cower and expect someone to save them. True, but Voldemort isn't exactly someone that most are going to try and stand up against. Tonks stated the obvious just to get it out there. If Madame Bones and Mad Eye have their way, everyone in the Ministry is soon going to be searched for the Dark Mark before they can enter the building proper. That should help with the issues of moles among the staff this time around. You sound like you're expecting interference in that actually happening. Harry noted the tone in Tonks's voice. The Wizengamot and the Ministry are full of traditionalist, purebloods that'll more than likely fight against any change to the Ministry's operation. It isn't just Fudge and his ilk that make the place inefficient and headache-inducing. There are plenty more problem causers working there than that. No wonder Voldemort had such little trouble almost taking over last time. Harry sighed as he continued to rub Tonks' feet. Tell me about it. Tonks exhaled heavily before letting out a pleased hum as Harry's fingers worked out a sore spot on the sole of her foot. Prime Minister's office, London. Your minister, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, John Major, spoke to the painting in the corner of his office. I need to speak with him now. The tone in the minister's voice made it clear that this wasn't a polite request. To anyone that might have walked into his office, this would have appeared insane. But the Prime Minister knew this was the only way to contact the other minister. The painting didn't do anything, and the minister grew annoyed. He lifted the bottom of the portrait a bit, and then slammed it against the wall with a hard look in his eyes. Really now? The portrait spoke in shock and annoyance. The man in the painting moved and groused at the rough handling of his frame. You know you can't just demand to see the Minister of Magic. I very much can and will, especially when members of your community are found burning down graveyards and killing each other in non-magical communities. The minister replied strongly. Tell him that I need to speak with him immediately. I can tell him that you're requesting a meeting. The man in the portrait looked annoyed, but it'll depend on the Minister of Magic's schedule as to when he'll talk to you. Prime Minister Major lifted the bottom of the frame again and slammed it against the wall multiple times until the man in the portrait agreed to fetch the Minister of Magic. When the man walked out of sight from the portrait, John went and sat behind his desk with his eyes locked onto the fireplace. He knew it was how the other minister would arrive. In a short time, the flames in the fireplace flared up and turned green. Out of the magical fire, a man in a pinstripe suit with a green bowler hat appeared. He pulled a stick, a wand, John reminded himself, from his pocket, and with a wave, all the soot vanished from the man's suit. The somewhat plump man put the wand away and turned to look at the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Major? Fudge asked the man sitting behind the desk. Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, correct? John was in no mood for any games or stalling. He set a hard stare on the portly minister. Yes, that's me. I was told you were rather insistent on a meeting. Fudge looked an odd cross between annoyed and relieved. Indeed, John nodded sharply. May I ask what your community was thinking when they decided to burn down a cemetery in Little Hangleton, leaving behind both injured men and bodies? We're still investigating that, actually. Fudge looked rather uncomfortable as he spoke. This has caused a stir in the non-magical community, and we're doing what we can to keep it quiet. John informed the other minister. However, I need to know what is going on, and if something like this has a chance of happening again. His stare bore into the other minister strongly. He wouldn't accept any platitudes. Oh, of course not. Fudge shook his head. This was some kind of incident between two parties that got far out of hand, but I assure you that it won't be happening again. John stared long and hard at the Minister for Magic. The wizard in the pinstripe suit began to fidget slightly under the look before the Prime Minister spoke. Make sure that your community's incidents don't stray into the non-magical side, Minister Fudge. We can wave off the occasional wizard or witch sticking out in the streets of London as merely eccentric people. We cannot and will not, however, let the magical destroy the property of the people nor terrorize them. Am I in any way unclear on this matter? No. No, you've made your position quite clear, Prime Minister. Fudge nodded to the other man. If another incident like this happens, or heaven forbid, something worse, then you can expect to be in an audience with both myself and Her Majesty the Queen next time. John warned the other minister of the consequences of another such incident. The Queen, as the reigning monarch of the land, held power over certain contracts, magical contracts that were tied to both her position and her bloodline directly, regardless that the woman was non-magical. If she enacted her authority held by those contracts, the magical community could very well see themselves facing quite the shift in their current arrangements and their hidden locations, all enforced by the old magic that still held the two separated communities to the agreements that their ancestors had made. Yes, I understand. I'll make sure this doesn't spill over into your side again. Fudge promised, and John gave him a firm nod. The Minister for Magic had lost all traces of annoyance now. The flames in the fireplace flared bright green again, and Fudge nearly trudged through them. Hogwarts. Time to pack up. Harry mused as he took a look around his hidden workshop. There were a lot of memories here for him. He would miss the place a bit, but it was time to leave Hogwarts and venture out into the wider world. You're letting Luna keep the room, yes? Fleur questioned as she helped Harry pack away all of his things. Most of the items and such disappeared into Harry's storage cloak as he levitated them from wherever they rested. Yeah, I've already modified the ward lock for her and the hiding stone. She'll be the one that controls who can and cannot enter this room now. Harry answered as he stowed a few notebooks into his storage cloak. In a very short time, the entire workshop was packed away and stored inside Harry's cloak. After that, the couple moved into the smithy. All of the various tools that Harry had were quickly gathered up and stashed away. The large items simply disappeared into the jet-black cloak when Harry threw the cloth over them. The magical expanding and shrinking of the cloak was still amusing to watch for Harry. The last item to take with them was the forge that Harry had been using for years. There was no way he was leaving it behind. We'll just need to remove this part. Harry tapped the flue that led out of the window, then separated it from the floor. He tapped the toe of his shoe against the bottom of the forge. After that, I'll be able to store it away. I'll take care of the flue. Fleur offered, and Harry agreed as he crouched down to begin separating the forge from the stone floor. In only a couple minutes, the forge was free, and Harry expanded the storage cloak to cover it. The cloth billowed through the air, unobstructed after settling on the forge for a second. Done and done. Harry nodded to the cleared-out smithy. It was a good workshop. You did amazing things here, Harry. Fleur smiled beautifully at him. Yeah, almost all of my artifacts were made here. Harry mused as they headed for the door. But now they'll be made at home, and that does bring a smile to my face. The smile on his lips proved his statement as they left the hidden room and closed the door behind them. They could still perceive the door, since Luna had already added them to the hiding stone and ward lock. In the little blonde's words, "It was your room first, so you should be able to come visit." She was truly a sweet girl. A round of goodbyes followed after they returned to the great hall. Both Durmstrang and Beauxbatons were leaving back to their schools today. Fleur had become friendly with all of Harry's study buddies, so hugs were shared all around. Harry walked Fleur to the carriage, and the two kissed before they separated. Harry watched as the Abraxans pulled the carriage across the grounds for a distance before the winged horses flew into the air and took the large coach with them. Once they were out of sight, Harry turned to head back into the castle. He did still need to clean out his dorm room. Hogwarts Express. On Harry's last ride on the Hogwarts Express, he happily splurged and bought treats and drinks for all of his study buddies. Luna barely left his side the whole ride, and Harry couldn't bring himself to mind. The youngest artificer in history did realize that he only had female friends on this last trip back to London. He inwardly chuckled as he realized that he'd not made much of an attempt to get to know a lot of his other schoolmates in the last 4 years. He'd always been so far ahead of his peers, and was almost constantly working on his artifice, that anything more than his study buddies for friends never really crossed his mind. Perhaps that'll be something to work on as well. Harry hummed thoughtfully as the train rolled along the tracks towards King's Cross Station. Wood End Cottage. Now, how do I want to expand? Harry looked around his smithy curiously. He had the forge from his Hogwarts smithy still stored away and was hopeful to add it to the larger smithy. Having 2 forges could prove useful for him. Being able to keep multiple components at the right temperature while working should make things easier when he was combining materials. We could probably expand it from the corner. That way the forges could be somewhat close together. Sirius suggested as he pointed to the back corner, "Maybe make some more storage space while we're at it? You hoarding trash panda, you." "Hey!" Harry playfully shoved his godfather. Sirius laughed and shoved him back a little in return. Harry was going to have to make sure to get Tonks back for putting that term in Sirius's vocabulary. "You excited for the trip?" Sirius asked with a grin. He knew Harry was, but the way his godson's eyes lit up when their upcoming trip was mentioned always made him smile. "Of course!" Harry smiled widely. "Still, 2 weeks before we leave, and I do have the OBULs, if they still let me take them early." "About that," Sirius pulled a letter from the inside pocket of his robe. "Old Griselda got back to me after my last letter." He handed the folded paper to Harry. Harry took the letter and unfolded it. His green eyes moved across the paper as he read, and a grin came to his features. I can take them at the end of the week. Brilliant. He was happy that he could get his early OWLs done, but I can't take the NWTs until near the end of summer. He shrugged at the length of time between the two. It wasn't like he needed the NUTs right after the OLs anyway. Splitting them up might even be better for him. I know you'll pass the OWLs, Harry. Sirius's belief in his godson was nearly palpable, so no need to worry about them. He patted Harry's shoulder with a laugh. Then we'll be off on our trip and can leave the worries behind for a while. Just remember that you're engaged now. Harry chuckled as he nudged Sirius lightly. You can't try and woo the women of the East like you wanted to before. As if any woman could capture my heart as completely as Marley has, Sirius stated dramatically, his hand over his chest as he faked swooning. Good to know, darling. Marley's laughter came from the doorway to the smithy. The ravenet with the warm gray eyes waved the two over. Come on now, Taylor has dinner ready, and looks like she won't settle down until we've all eaten. Coming, love. Sirius smiled at his fiancée warmly and followed after her. Harry chuckled as he followed along. It was nice to see his godfather so happy. Wood End Cottage was becoming even more of a warm and inviting home every day. Wood End Cottage, July 5th. Ha! Harry sighed heavily as he looked over his notes and a few books. He'd been racking his brain for the last couple of days to figure out a power source for his two rough draft artifacts. If he wanted to make the best use of the Azurite and Frost Azurite, then he needed to make sure the artifacts provided the right type of magic to the magical gems. He couldn't just hammer and forge his own mana into his creation like normal, or the catalysts would quickly be eroded. He'd spent too much money on the two gemstones to risk destroying them like that. Etching runic sequences to turn the innate mana he forged into the artifacts into the proper type of magic could work, in theory, but Harry really didn't want to risk the rare materials. A power source is the best way to go, but I've got nothing. Harry exhaled as he looked up at the ceiling of his smithy. The usual process of imparting his own mana into his artifacts to give them their own innate mana was the easiest way to provide power to them permanently. Using a source of a specific magic type was what he needed to do this time, though. The magical world was very much lacking in any form of magical generator, though. The best idea he'd theorized so far had been to hunt down a magical beast of some kind that innately used the right type of magic and go the creature craft route. That had led to the unfortunate discovery of a distinct lack of magical creatures that innately had any form of ice magic. Sure, there were supposedly frost dragons in the frozen high peaks of certain mountain ranges, but none had actually been seen in over a century. He could go traipsing through Arctic regions and hope to find a magical creature adapted to the area with innate ice magic, but the odds were so low they might as well have been zero. What to do? What to do? Harry hummed as he rocked back and forth on the back legs of his chair. Maybe, if he tried the consume array? It took in things that made it stronger when the dwarves used it on the Sword of Erdun. With a little tweaking, maybe he could feed the artifact enough ice-based spells until it had an innate mana of purely ice magic. How about taking a break, mon amour? Fleur's teasing lilt made a grin break out on Harry's face. Fleur, I didn't realize the time. Harry chuckled as he looked at the clock on the wall. You do tend to get lost in your work, Harry. Fleur grinned as she walked into the smithy. Still not having any luck with the rough drafts? Not yet. Though finding a creature with water magic isn't too hard, finding one with ice magic is very much a different story. Harry shook his head with a heavy sigh. Well, perhaps a break will help clear your mind. Fleur pushed his chair back onto all four legs with a smirk. Penny will be here soon, so we can all talk and brainstorm. Honestly, all I know right now is that I want to try using the adamantite that I transmuted for the base material. Harry explained as he put away his notes and closed his books. A strong foundation like adamantite will let me make a powerful artifact, give that half-dead bastard something to think about. He disparaged Voldemort and the Dark Lord's success in clawing his way back to corporealness. Put him from your mind for now, love. Fleur shook her head and hugged Harry. He does not deserve to occupy your thoughts at all hours of the day. You girls are too good to me. Harry returned the warm hug with a smile. That we are, Fleur agreed with a giggle. You're such a lucky young man, Harry. So humble and modest. Harry rolled his eyes jokingly. Quite. Fleur stuck her tongue out at him. She moaned when Harry captured it, and French kissed her right then and there. We should get inside before we get sidetracked, Harry, she suggested and tempted in the same breath. Maybe Penny will want to join in. Harry groped her ass with a smirk on his lips. Somehow I doubt that, Fleur hummed happily. At least right now. Curses, foiled again. Harry pulled back after pecking her lips again. We have all the time in the world. Fleur's melodious laughter filled the air. I'm sure we'll find plenty of time to make good use of it. She purred into his ear before leaving his arms and sauntering out of the smithy with a sway in her hips that did amazing things to her bottom. Tease. Harry snorted as he followed after her, making sure to stay behind so he could enjoy the little show. The idea of using the consume array stuck with the Artificer, though. It should work with the proper tweaking of the runic sequences that made up the array, theoretically at least. Harry made a mental note to ask King Drassard for his opinion. He wouldn't ask them directly about their dwarven smithing secrets. That seemed like something that could very well strain their relationship. But asking for tips on successfully using the consume array should be fine. As an artificer, the challenge of taking what he learned and successfully applying it was all part of the art. Current mana levels Harry, 22,012 Tunks, 20,468 Penelope, 15,146 Fleur, 16,084. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.